Shepard and Mike Salk.
All right. Hello. Good morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports, 710 seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, the podcast platforms, and yes, 97.3 HD2. Go listen to us in crystal clear, high-definition radio. Today is, I'll admit, kind of a weird day to be doing sports radio. There's major news outside of the sports world as the markets crumble around the world. So if you're having a rough morning already, believe me, I understand. If you're nervous about where everything is going and the economy, believe me, I understand. If you're looking at your 401k and you're nervous about your retirement, I understand. We're not going to talk about it today. Obviously, it doesn't make any sense for us to do so here in a sports station. We'll try to give you an outlet. But I do wish, because of that, I was driving in this morning just thinking like, gosh, I wish I could just come in today and offer some great news, right? Like, I wish I could just come in today and be like, hey, the Mariners had an unbelievable weekend, or the Seahawks did. Like, I wish there was some great sports news I had today just to try to take everybody's mind off of what is a nervous time or an angry time or whatever it is for a lot of people. I'm not suggesting, I'm not putting blame or fingers or any of that, just that, you know, when there is volatility in the world, especially economically, a lot of people get super nervous. They get real stressed out. It's hard to sleep. You're worried about your future. And it's easy in those moments. I certainly do this. I want to turn away from news. I want to turn away from what's scary and towards something that's just fun. That's one of the main reasons this station exists. And yes, by the way, this morning, which is, I guess the day after yesterday was a Sunday, today is the 16-year anniversary of the launch of this station. We'll talk a little bit more about it later. I'll bring it up with Brock and wish him a happy 16th anniversary. And things, you know, at that time were also a little dicey economically. That's 2009, coming off of the 2008 crash and housing crash and everything else. Not to mention, we've said it a million times, all the challenges that the country, that the sports scene was having in Seattle at the time. And we launched a sports station that probably should not have succeeded. And I'm really happy that we're still here 16 years later. It's amazing. And a lot of people deserve a lot of credit for that. Some who are still in this building, some who are no longer here. But regardless, I'd love to come in today and just give you guys like sunshine, puppies, roses, unicorns, rainbows, all of the above. It's really hard to do. So I guess the happiest thing I could tell you from a Mariner perspective is your 4-game win streak away from being 500. That's the happiest thing I can tell you. 4 games, win 4. Astros are struggling as well. They're in town for 3 tonight. Sweep the Astros right back after the sweep in San Francisco, and you're right back there. It's fine. But other than that, I don't have a tremendous amount of positivity and good news based on what we've seen through the first 10 games, and especially based on what we saw over the weekend. I don't have a lot to give you. This was a team that said they wanted to start fast. They wanted 162 battles. They promised to do the little things. That was supposed to be a big calling card. You know me, I always want a team to like say what they want to do and then do it. And I'll generally hold them accountable not just to what I want them to do, but to what they say they want to do. They're not doing that. Right, we talked about why the start would be important, maybe even a little more important this year. I told you guys, I promised, right, that I wouldn't pull the, hey, it's early card this year. So I'm not. I'm not pulling the, hey, it's early card. I promised you I wouldn't. And it doesn't really feel appropriate to pull today, to be perfectly honest with you. But we said that this year's start would be a little more important than other years for 3 reasons. 1, that buy-in to what is still a new system, a new style. 2, trying to keep at bay any issues with the quiet off season, not just within the fan base, but more importantly within the clubhouse. We haven't heard any rumblings yet, thankfully. And then to be in position to maybe trade prospects, fill holes, improve over the course of the season. And right now, obviously, it's trending in the other direction. We can look at the stats, the .213 batting average, which is 25th in the league, the 132 average with runners in scoring position, dead last by a lot. 32 runs is 25th, 12 home runs is 8th. So that's kind of an interesting mix. They are hitting home runs. In fact, half of their runs have come via the home run. Half. For a team that's not supposed to be built that way. For a team that, wants to be aggressive and manufacture and go the other way and use the big part of the ballpark and all that. I know they're not not trying to hit home runs, but you would expect that there would be a lot more runs being scored in other ways. Maybe just because the on-base percentage is so low, they haven't had a lot of traffic on the bases, but they're not hitting anything when they do get guys in scoring position. And oh, by the way, the pitching, honestly, hasn't been much better. They're 20th in the league in ERA. 20th. Now, I know that's a messed up deal because they're 10 games in, small sample size. Hancock had a disastrous start, and Castillo didn't have a good start. So you're 24th in starter ERA, 24th. You're 16th in inducing strikeouts. That one's not just a Hancock and Castillo problem. That one's all the way up and down the entire pitching staff. So I can't sit here and give you a ton of positive there. Are there a lot of issues with the way the games have been played and managed and even, constructed? Yes. 253. Are they bunting more or not bunting more? Good question. Good question, 253. I don't know that I can answer it. Goes on to say twice in this series, Dylan Moore was up in bunting situations and flew out to an infielder. I know it's early, but that's tough to watch. I know. I don't necessarily want Dylan Moore bunting in those situations either, but if you're saying that that's something you believe in, have some level of consistency there. We're talking about Dylan Moore, not Julio Rodriguez, not Cal Raleigh. I know he had hit a home run or two, but isn't that what you said you wanted to do more of? Well, those are the opportunities to do it. I didn't understand that one. I didn't again, just have a level of consistency and do what you say you're going to do. Otherwise, you're like a blackjack player who's just randomly deciding when to hit or stay rather than having a system so that you do the same thing all the time. That feels just, gut. Gut makes me pretty nervous. 253 says, now can we start calling for jobs? Okay, well, let's talk through that. You want to call for jobs? Whose job do you want to call for? You want to call for Dan Wilson's job? He's been on the job for about 50 games, 55 games. He's been on the job for like a third of a season. Generally, you don't fire people after a third of a season. I would be shocked if that was a decision anybody wanted to make. You want to go after Jerry Dipoto as the guy who's in charge? Okay, well, then the next GM is going to come in or president is going to come in, and they're going to have to deal with the fact that you've got a manager that was just hired, and most people aren't going to want a job like that, especially not in the middle of a season. So, all right, yeah, you could get angry and have a firing in order to make you feel better. But I don't think that's not going to solve a problem this year. You got to give everybody more than 10 games to get their stuff figured out. So I think that's, while I understand the anger, frustration, believe me, I feel the same way. I don't think that's going to actually change anything right now. Maybe it's something you talk about, obviously, at the end of the year. You're not going to make a judgment based on 10 games to start a season. 206 says fire Service again. Yeah, they should do that. Fire him again. I like that one.
What about the 360? He says, at what point is this enough? And Vladdy Jr. is a Mariner. So should I tell him, or does somebody else want to tell him?
I don't know what to tell you guys. He signed a $500 million deal last night, so that's not the way this goes. 425 says Salk is acting surprised, like he had no clue this could happen. I think I've been pretty clear all along that I thought this could happen. Not that I thought it was going to happen, but of course we talked about this possibility. I had grave concerns about the way this team was built this offseason. Grave concerns. I don't know what to tell you. If you feel that way or feel that I wasn't saying that, then you weren't listening to the show very much. Grave concerns. And that roster construction, those issues are already rearing their head with Jorge Polanco missing a couple of games with the same knee injury. And now with the Victor Robles injury, which we'll talk about more, it puts you in all kinds of a bind. And we'll discuss their options and what they should do there. Lyle, I know you and I were kind of going back and forth on it. The more I think about it, the more they really only have one option, and it's not necessarily the one I would want them to take. But I think it's the only thing they can do because of the way the roster's constructed right now. So we'll discuss that and need to know here in just a couple of minutes. Yeah, there's some really frustrating things about this Mariner team. I guess you could take some solace in the fact that they scored 8 runs on Friday, right? They scored a couple more runs over the weekend and started to rise a little bit in that category. And maybe there's an opportunity now for them to take that and run with it, and eventually George Kirby comes back. Has Kirby thrown a bullpen yet? Has he thrown have we seen a rehab start yet for Kirby? Did I miss it? We haven't seen or heard anything yet. Where's George Kirby? Based on what I've seen from the Luis Castillo, Emerson Hancock grouping, well, it's not going to be Hancock at least for another 2 weeks, then that's kind of a big issue for them right now. That one spot in the rotation has really hurt them, and the trickle-down effect is enormous. We'll talk more. So it is a really, really tough day, and I'm sorry I'm not coming in with positivity. I'm sorry I don't have, the only thing I can say is that it's early. I know that drives people crazy. It is true. It does happen to be true that it is early. You haven't dug a hole so deep you can't dig out of. Heck, how many times did you have a 5-game lead in the first 3 months of last season before eventually succumbing? So it's certainly possible. But yeah, it's a challenge, man. It's a challenge this morning, and we'll talk a lot more about it over the course of the day. We'll come right back with everything you need to know, and I'll tell you the roster move I think they have to make later today. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
What might be different with Dan Wilson? The type of baseball that feels slightly more sustainable. Like when they won last year, this is what it looked like.
Yeah.
Maybe you score late, maybe your run production is in an inning, maybe 2. It's usually bombs, and then your pitching is elite enough to hold the other team to 2 or less.
Bombs won the game, but we know the philosophy of this team is kind of just put the ball in play and advance these runners.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Right now, have beautiful, ultra-efficient, clean technology windows installed and pay 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 18 months. Only from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. And they'll even pay your sales tax. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
To me, the LJ way is to provide an experience that people really enjoy being a part of. And they enjoy being a part of it because they're getting great service. They're talking with somebody that actually they feel cares about them. They care about what their impression is going to be walking away. It's also understanding you're now part of our family, and thank you for doing the business with us. And this is how we're going to show our appreciation through customer service. We're going to show our appreciation with taking care of you if you ever have an issue. Majority of the people that are coming to see us are within our community. These are people who are providing maybe services that we also use in our community. So the LJ way, to me, somebody can come into a retail setting and not feel like they got to have their guard up. And that's been a long-standing thing in the car business that, we've tried to shake.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
I've always been a super athletic guy, but after I turned 40, I noticed I was slowing down. Instead of hitting the gym after work, I spent my evenings on the couch with a bag of chips. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and when I did try to work out, I ran out of energy right away. One of my buddies suggested I book a free testosterone check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that low T doesn't just impact how guys perform in the bedroom. I worked with a provider to create my custom treatment plan, and today I'm feeling stronger than ever. Last week, I even set a new PR at the gym. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
SoFi Personal Loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online, no medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Announcing the Million Hour Volunteer Rally. G here, join me, Safeway and Albertsons, and donate your time and skills to support local food banks and host food drives or fundraisers. You can win free groceries for a year and a $5,000 donation to your favorite hunger relief agency. Visit albertsons.com/volunteer to learn more. Find volunteer opportunities and log your hours. A million hours will help create food secure communities. Visit albertsons.com/volunteer.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, that was not the weekend anyone on the Mariners really needed at all. An extra innings loss Friday, a routine loss on Saturday, and then after coming all the way back to tie it up yesterday, another loss of the walk-off variety.
And now the pitch to Flores. Swinging a ground ball right side and through for a base hit. Here comes Matos running third. He will score, and it's going to be a walk-off single for Wilmer Flores, and the Giants win it this afternoon. A final score of 5-4.
Yeah, that's not going to do it. Brian Wu, pretty good, except for the one pitch. Unfortunately, Mike Yastrzemski hammered it for a 3-run shot. That was the difference in the game. It was nice to see Julio and Cal both go yard in the same game. Maybe even better to see Randy Arozarena take advantage of the ninth inning. He drove in what was at the time the tying run with a couple outs and 2 strikes. But regardless, the team comes home 3-7 after the sweep, a full 5 games behind Texas after just 10. Their worst start since 2017. Dan Wilson.
We're, only, 10 games into this thing. We got a long way to go, no doubt about it. And it's just time to regroup and get back home, a couple of division opponents, and take it from there.
Yeah, they do have 2 division opponents. They've got Houston, followed by Texas. Houston is also really, really stumbling out of the gate. They've not played well at all. And so you'll get Logan Gilbert against Hayden Wesneski tonight in the opener at 6:40. 3 against Houston, and then you get Texas, who comes in as well. And obviously they've been red hot to start the year. So all kinds of challenges ahead of this Mariner team. The good news for them, I guess, is that it's still in their hand. They're only 10 games into the season. Go out, and win 4 out of 6, win both of these 2 series, and I think you find yourself in a much better position heading into the rest of this season.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
On the other side of that, though, the game wasn't the only thing that was lost yesterday. Victor Robles made a sensational catch in the bottom of the 9th. Unfortunately, it ended in disaster.
Bailey with a swing and a drive. Deep to right field, down the line. Robles on the run. Running out of room, leaps up into the netting. And does he make the catch? And the ball is free from Robles. And around to third goes Matos. And Robles is hurt on the warning track.
He was not just hurt. He was really hurt. I mean, his shoulder hurt enough that he had to hold up his arm with his other hand. That looked awful. I mean, they had to call the card out for a shoulder injury. So you know that was not good. Hopefully, it's nothing too serious, and you'll see him back here at some point this season. But, God, I mean, when I saw that injury, just the way he reacted to it, man, you really hope it's not going to be a very, very long, extended injury for Victor Robles. Man, it was a great catch, but unfortunately, the arm just bent at such a weird angle.
Yeah, it looked like he something with his shoulder, and we'll find out more here as we go. But it was just a outstanding catch, outstanding play down there. We're hoping for the best.
Yeah, we can hope for the best, but assuming he's going to miss some significant time, you got options, right? So you could put Rayleigh in right field more and call up Tyler Locklear. He could take some of those reps at first and DH, but now you're probably exposing Rayleigh to left-handers. You could call up Samad Taylor, but then you got to make another 40-man move to get him on the team. You could bring back Leo Rivas and allow Dylan Moore and Masterboni to play more in the outfield, and maybe that's the move that makes the most sense. I was thinking about it last night, and I eventually kind of landed on Dominic Canzone as the best option, is really the one that makes the most sense. But now you're really going left-handed heavy because you're replacing Robles in right with another left-hander in right, another guy who can't hit lefties. So that doesn't really help any more than the idea of bringing up Locklear. Maybe it is Leo Rivas. And you just turn Dylan Moore and Masterboni much more into outfielders here for a couple of weeks until you can figure out something a little bit more long-term and until Jorge Polanco is more healthy and able to go every day. So even though I came in pretending or believing that I was going to say it needed to be Canzone, I actually think it might need to be Rivas and just give yourself another option. He's a switch hitter, and give yourself the most flexibility you could have. By the way, I mentioned Polanco. He had a setback with a surgically repaired knee. After returning from the paternity list on Friday, played just 1 game, then missed the next 2 with knee soreness. He's been red hot, and we'll see if he can get back into the lineup tonight.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Elsewhere, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is not going to come to Seattle, nor is he going to go anywhere else other than Toronto for a long time. Signs a 16-year, $500 million deal with the Blue Jays last night. That is a tremendous amount of money and time. Congratulations to him. Also to the UConn Husky women as they win the championship for their 12th ever championship. Paige Becker's biggest name, but she was not necessarily the star of this one. That was Ozzie Fudd, who led the team and took home most outstanding player honors for the tournament. Finally, Florida, Houston tonight, men's championship after the big comeback win for Houston on Saturday. And the Kraken get a blowout win 5-1 on Saturday as well. McCann scored twice. They're in LA tonight. Alex Ovechkin. You want to hear him? Let's play some Alex. Here's something happy.
He's just trying to find a seam and know that, hey, I'm going to try to force it to him if he's open. Here's Ovechkin. Shoots. He scores! He scores! Number 895!
Pretty cool. He passes Wayne Gretzky as the all-time leading goal scorer in the history of the NHL. If he has just 1,200 more points in his career, he can catch Wayne in that category as well. Probably not going to happen. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. I gave some of those big moments short shrift. Don't worry if you missed any of them or want to hear more about the tournament, about other things that were going on this weekend. Maura's got you covered. She's been working furiously on this week's Around the Weekend, and we'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
For Down Territory. Going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Which Seahawks offensive lineman will have the biggest jump in 2025?
I think it's going to be Chris Haynes. The more I watch this film, the more I understand the offense, I think that this fits him. I think everyone's going to improve. I think Man's going to improve, Gerald's going to improve, but the way he plays the game now fits this type of offense. If Kubiak were here last year, Chris Haynes would have gotten more opportunity.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Hey baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
The madness is still on at Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland to get you the best deals on your new ride. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory with the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff will assist you with a test drive and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. From groceries to home prices, the cost of living in Washington state keeps going up. Now, Olympia politicians are proposing the largest tax increases in state history. Don't be fooled. If taxes go up, we'll all pay even more. Washington needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Tell the politicians no by visiting www.affordablewashington.org. Paid for by the people for an affordable Washington. Top 5 contributors are Washington Alliance for a Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Amazon.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. The ice may have melted, but spring is the perfect time for a new roof. Call Techline Roofing. Take advantage of our easy financing and our spring special. That's TEKLINE roofing.com.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we've been exclusively plumbers for over 100 years. No corny mascots, no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers out to your home fast. All rooter and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Empower. Nick bought a new guitar, a 62 American Classic Electric. Does he know how to play? No. But Nick's Empower investment account has performed well. He got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risks. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. This is a really good guitar solo.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims like Sean, who was rear-ended in a car accident.
They're just easy to work with. They're fast. I like the fact that he had military service. I can see a lot of Marine in Rob. He's very in charge, really gets things done. But I didn't have to do anything. He offered me a settlement, had a number in my head, was nearly double that. I would refer absolutely anybody to Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested. Eddie's!
Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Spring has sprung. Need color to brighten up your yard or privacy trees to keep your neighbors guessing? Now is the time to buy. With hundreds of trees arriving in the nursery daily, Big Trees has the perfect tree for you. Check out our updated inventory list online at bigtreesupply.com or come visit the nursery today.
when the heat's an 11.
Cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush.
Act now before summer.
Because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net.
Even though our Northwest summers can be spectacular, there's always a long, hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. You can stay comfortably cool when those hot temps arrive. This is the time to plan ahead and call us about installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
Before the summer heat wave.
Keep your house cool and save.
Dayandnight.net. Save up to $4,600 on qualifying cooling equipment, plus no payments or interest for a year OAC. Don't sweat it out this summer. Stay cool with Day and Night. Dayandnight.net.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, Lyle, the more we talk about it, and Lyle and I have spent like a good 15, 20 minutes already this morning talking through the Mariners' potential roster manipulations to deal with an extended Robles absence. I think it does need to be Leo Rivas, just because of the flexibility. He's a switch hitter. He allows you to move both Dylan Moore and Miles Mastrobuoni around. It's not perfect. I mean, again, I would love for them to bring up Locklear. I think that would make the most sense. But you'd think at that point you're really exposing Luke Raley to lefties in a way that I don't think you want to do at this point in the season. Maybe you could do it if Polanco was fully healthy, but they're already saying that he might need to play some more games at DH. And then yesterday, when he did come into the game, it was at first base, by the way, not at third.
I was thinking about
Were
you
you
when
thinking
I saw
about
that.
me when you saw him come in at first base at the end of the game?
Well, because that is his first reps at first base in a game ever.
Yeah. He didn't have to make a play, did he? No,
he walked into the game, and the game-winning hit happened.
I guess that's true. Yeah. Well, anyway. Maura, that's the future. Tell us about the past. What happened this weekend?
You want to dwell on the past?
I want to dwell on the past. Well, the current kind of stinks.
Okay. Well,
you want to talk about that giant rabbit that was out on the field,
yeah,
or at least in the stands?
By that,
well, I know you're sort of the
rabbit.
rabbit killer of us, so I thought maybe you would want to chat about your buddy.
I love all animals.
I'll say this: if that 28-pound rabbit had been out on the golf course, you couldn't have missed it. Like if it had been that rabbit, nobody would have blamed you.
Did anyone look into that? Was that like a service pet or something?
So I did get more information on the giant 28-pound rabbit, if you're actually interested.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's a local celebrity. It's around the Bay Area. You can see it around San Francisco.
Oh, but it is a therapy rabbit.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, any rabbit of that size almost has to be, right? You think you could take that rabbit on a plane? 28 pounds? Maybe.
It's a therapy animal.
Yeah.
Is it like for anxiety?
I don't know, but apparently it's a bit of a celebrity, and everybody likes to see it around San Francisco.
Oh my gosh.
That's part of the highlight of the weekend.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on.
It's pretty cool. Did we figure out that its name Alex is?
Yeah, Alex the rabbit. It's a good-looking fella.
Okay. I mean, maybe we'll all need therapy rabbits if the Mariners season keeps going like this weekend did.
Maybe.
We'll breeze through that and then get into some other stuff. But Friday, there were some good things happening. Julio got things started with a solo shot in the top of the first.
Verlander, the windup and the pitch. The Julio swinging a fly ball deep into right field. Yastrzemski going back to the one-inning track, looking up, and this one is going to be gone. Goodbye, baseball. Julio Rodriguez with an opposite field home run over the tall brick wall in right. His second home run of the season.
He was 3 for 6 on the day and nearly had another hit, if not for a impressive leaping grab by Willie Adames on a line drive in the fifth.
Yeah, it was good to see Julio on Friday just sort of look like Julio, right? It was funny because remember we had that debate right at the end of the show on Friday about Julio, the superstar, and whether it was fair to put that expectation on him. And my point was he's the only guy in the team who's got all of those abilities. He hasn't lived up to it. I'm not trying to give him credit for something he hasn't done. But when you see a game like that, you're like, Dude, if he could do that more often, he doesn't have to do it every day. That's not baseball. But if he has more games like that, yeah, he's a superstar.
Yeah, because we had a caller that said maybe we should just lower our expectations for him. Right?
I'm not going to do that. Yeah. I'm not saying he's lived up to them. This is not a like, hey, Julio's been great. But even when he doesn't live up to his expectations, the numbers are still overall pretty good because of all the different things he brings to the table, including the defense. When he plays the way he did on Friday, he's a difference maker. He's an enormous difference maker and a big part of the reason they scored 8 runs in that game.
Well, Polanco was also off to a good start. He ended up going 3 for 5 with a game-tying 2-run home run in the 5th.
3-2 pitch to Polanco, swinging to drive deep to right field. Going and goodbye baseball. This one is out of the ballpark. This game is tied at 5-5. Welcome back, Jorge Polanco, the new daddy, with a 2-run blast with 2 outs here in the 5th, and he ties the game at 5.
But now, of course, we're wondering what's going on because he is having some knee issues that kept him out. Yes.
The new daddy?
Yeah.
I mean, I know he's a new dad.
I thought about that.
That didn't sound right. We were watching Arrested Development over the weekend.
The Yankees are my daddy thing.
Oh.
Or at least that's what I thought.
Because I was watching it over the weekend with Avery, I was thinking of when Tobias in Arrested Development is trying to connect with his daughter who's into leather to make him mad, and he goes to the shop and the guy's like, something that says leather daddy. He ends up like as a leather. Oh my god. Anyway,
it's very specific.
That was it was very much on my mind. Sorry, I just watched it this weekend.
Oh, that's fun. I haven't seen that show in a while.
Oh, it's so good.
It is. But yes, so great night for Polanco on Friday, but now we are a little concerned to hear that is it the same knee?
Same knee.
For sure?
Yep.
Okay. It's flaring up possibly again. So best wishes there. Hopefully that is not a
he was
thing.
able to get back in the game. They did say he should be back in the lineup today. I'm going to look at where he is in the lineup today, and I think that will matter. Is he at third? Is he at first? Is he at the DH? That because I think he will play today. The question is where.
Okay. Well, the M's took a 2-run lead in the 6th on an error on a Cal Raleigh grounder to second, but the Giants tied it back up with Bizzardo on the mound in the bottom of that inning. Raley gave the M's a 1-run lead when he scored on a Spencer Bivens wild pitch in the 11th, but Willie Adames hit the game-winning 2-run, 2-out single off of Vargas in the bottom of that inning.
The stretch, the pitch to Adames, swing and a line drive into right field for a base hit. Scoring is the pinch runner. Heading home with the run is Fitzgerald. The throw to the plate, not in time. Fitzgerald scores, and the Giants win it. They win it by a score of 10-9.
Yeah, I was driving home and listening to all of it. It was great drama driving home, listening to the last, 3-4 innings of it.
I was in the car for when Raley got them ahead, and then I got in the house for that last inning or bottom of the 11th.
I was listening to that whole thing. It just, it was pretty crazy the way everything. It was a great game. That's a great baseball game. I mean, I know they lost, and it's frustrating, and I'm not sitting here trying to diminish the frustration. It was a fun baseball game with the back and forth and all of it, and a lot of different offense. Both teams using all their pitchers other than one guy for the Giants. And then when Vargas got hurt, you're like, all right, now what, right? Like, he's out there grabbing it at the back of his leg, and you're like, are they going to have to go to a starter? Are they going to have to bring Bryce Miller into this game? That was my thought.
Oh, my thought was they're legitimately going to have a position player pitching and leverage.
Would they?
You can't burn a starter there, can you?
I don't know. Probably not.
I think you probably would have brought in Dylan Moore or somebody.
My gosh. Well, they barely had anybody left on the bench to go in for him, too. Was there anybody left on the bench? I don't think there was anyone left on the bench either.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know that they could have done that. I think if they'd brought in Dylan Moore to pitch, they would have had to put a pitcher in the field.
I was going to say, remember when Luis Castillo had to pinch hit last year? Maybe it would have been the opposite of that, where you would have seen Brian Wu out in left field or something.
If Castillo hadn't been able to go out, if Polanco hadn't been able to go to first base yesterday, I think you would have had to see that yesterday. Polanco was the last guy left on the bench. So if he wasn't in, if he had truly been injured to the point where he couldn't go in the game, you would have needed to bring in a pitcher to play defense somewhere. Right?
Wow.
Yeah, probably.
I wonder who that would have been.
Well, usually I'd say Brian Wu because he was recruited as a hitter.
He'd already
and a
out of the game.
shortstop.
You can't bring him in.
Right, that's what I was going to say. Normally I'd say Wu because he was a position player in his life, but it's not Wu, so then what? I mean, it's not Logan Gilbert, it's not Luis Castillo.
Bryce Miller?
Probably.
Yeah, and all the relievers were out of the game.
It probably is.
So it's
right.
not like you couldn't even have brought in I guess, no, not all your relievers were out of the game yesterday.
Well, you could have brought in Munoz or somebody.
I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to think of guys. Colin Snyder, maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
But like that's the situation. I mean, that would have been frustrating, and we probably would have ripped the manager for it. But it would have been fun. I do love when things like that happen in sports, and somebody has to play out of position. Always entertaining.
Oh my gosh. Some crazy situations already this week.
Yeah.
Saturday, Bryce Miller went 5 1/3 innings, giving up 4 runs on 7 hits. He walked 3 and struck out 4. Unfortunately, Robbie Ray had a pretty nice day for the Giants on the other side, going 6 innings, giving up just 1 run on 4 hits. That 1 hit he gave up did come in the 5th inning when Dylan Moore hit this bomb.
Here's the pitch of the way, swinging a drive, straight away center field and deep. Lee going back to the 1 track, looking up, and goodbye baseball. Dylan Moore with his 2nd home run of the season. The Mariners get on the board here in the top of the 5th inning, straight away right up the middle, and it's now the Giants 2 and the Mariners 1.
Nice to see Dylan Moore do that.
It has been, and it's probably the reason why they've let him hit a couple times in those big moments late in games. Unfortunately, it hasn't worked out. Just because he mentioned him in that highlight, I know that was a Dylan Moore highlight. That Lee kid is really good.
Yeah.
Wow. He's very impressive. The center fielder for Jung Ho Lee?
Yeah, and so he's
he's impressive.
He's one of the best hitters to ever come out of Korea, numbers-wise. Last year he wasn't very good, but he only played about 40 games. He was hurt. Yeah, he had a shoulder injury.
But
and
he can hit. He can run. He's got some power. He plays good center field. Man, I see why. I mean, they gave him some serious money. They gave him $115 million or something like that, plus a $15 million posting fee. So he's not like some rando that's just kind of happened to work out. He was expected to work out. Mm-hmm. But that's the first time I've really had a chance to watch him over a 3-game series. Came away really impressed with the way he plays baseball.
Oh, he torched the Mariners this weekend.
I think he was the best player. I mean, Adames is really good too. But at times, I thought he was the best player on the field. He was really good.
Well, Matt Chapman was also good in that game with a pair of doubles to help the Giants to a 4-1.
All right.
Yesterday, Brian Wu was doing just fine until the 4th inning, as you mentioned earlier. He allowed 3 singles and a Chapman home run to give the Giants a 4-2 lead before recording the final 2 outs. He was able to stay in and hold the Giants scoreless in the 5th and 6th. Meanwhile, a Bliss single in the 6th drove in Raley and brought the M's within 1 run. And Arosa ran a double in the 9th, scored Robles, and tied things up. But the bottom of the 9th then felt pretty disastrous. With Santos on the mound, Patrick Bailey hit a high fly ball to right field, and Victor Robles made that spectacular diving catch you talked about earlier, where he injured himself. Then Wilmer Flores hits a single to win the game for the Giants.
All right, so a couple of thoughts on all of that. One, I know I've heard this thrown out there that maybe Robles should have just let it go, that the risk wasn't worth the reward, that even if he catches it, which he did, the runner's going to advance into scoring position, etc. Maybe you're better off just allowing it to be a fly ball or a foul ball. I don't think you can ask necessarily a player to make that decision in that moment. And I don't think that the risk necessarily of being injured should be on his mind. But if you want to make the point that you're better off with a foul ball than a long fly ball to right, I guess. But that's the 2nd out of the inning. So I don't know whether I'm going to go there. I think that that's probably a play he should make, and I'm glad he did. As for the injury, why is there netting there? I know that we're obsessed with netting to protect people in the infield. Why do we need netting in the outfield so close to the baseline? All that is dangerous. I don't get it. Why do we need netting? I don't feel like there should be netting there. If there's no netting, does he get hurt? Maybe. But he doesn't get his arm bent back like that because he crashes into something invisible. What's the worst types of injuries? When you get hit or hit something that you're not expecting. No ability to brace yourself. When you're running towards that net, you can't see it. I don't understand why there's netting that deep in right field. I hate the netting in general. I think they should take it all out and just leave a backstop to protect the people that actually need to be protected. If you're out in the field, in the stands, I don't know, it worked for 100 years. I've never been a big proponent of netting in baseball. I certainly don't understand why you would need it that deep down the field and that close to the baseline. Don't get it. Just don't get it at all.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a weird spot for it.
Can I give you one quick weekend takeaway before we move on about this series? I think the Giants might be good.
Yeah, it might be.
They're not going to surpass the Dodgers. Dodgers might win 120 games, but I'm just looking up and down this lineup, and it's filled with either guys with a ton of potential or guys that are already cemented stars, a rotation you can buy into, real arms out of the bullpen. Like, you may see this team in the playoffs.
That dude who pitched who closed the game for them on Saturday,
Ryan Walker.
Is he their regular closer or is Doval?
No, it's
Walker,
now,
right?
It's now Walker.
Oh
Walker had
gosh.
an unreal year last year.
He is. I don't know how anybody hits him. Honestly. He's like facing third base and throwing back across his body with all kinds of crazy movement, but his foot's on the first base side of the rubber. Like, man, watching him made my stomach turn. He was awesome. Really good.
Yeah. And then when Doval's at his best, back to that bullpen. That's a lights out 8-9 duo that they get into the playoffs. Yeah.
All right. Sorry.
That's all right. We're going to get into your favorite men's college basketball. The Florida Gators are in the national championship for the first time since they won back-to-back titles in 2006 and 2007. Back when your guy you shouted out Friday, Billy Donovan.
Yeah, Billy Donovan. What's up, Billy D?
Auburn actually held an 8-point lead at halftime of this game, and it was back and forth, but Florida really took control in the final minutes. Auburn pulled within 4 when Tahad Pettyford made 2 free throws with 18 seconds remaining, but Walter Clayton for Florida made a pair of free throws after that with 9 seconds remaining to extend the Gators' lead to 6. Pettyford then missed a 3 attempt, and Clayton came up with it as the clock expired to seal the win.
Clayton saves, and it's over! A return to national prominence for the Gators. Florida will play for the national title.
Clayton had 34 points, and according to ESPN Stats and Info, that was the first consecutive 30-point games this deep into the tournament since Larry Bird did it for Indiana State in 1979.
Wow.
So he's had a pretty impressive run here. Auburn coach Bruce Pearl said that Clayton was just flat out the difference in this game.
You know, like just sort of, I guess sort of you say all things are kind of equal, and you know, Clayton was the difference. I mean, he was just flat out the difference. Because we couldn't contain him down that end, but
it's not that often that you hear an opposing coach say like it was just that one guy we couldn't stop.
Happens certainly in basketball though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, where you're like, yeah, we tried. Dude's just too good.
Yeah. So good for him. Todd Golden, Florida coach, was asked how it feels to be heading to the NCAA championship after that long of a drought for the school.
Pretty incredible, man. You know, we worked pretty hard to get here, and in 3 years, been fortunate to build a great staff that is aligned and that works really hard for each other. And then we've just accumulated a great group of guys, you know, in our roster. You know, it took a little bit to get all these pieces together, but, you know, to a man, they all pull the same direction. There's no unselfishness in our locker room. You know, you see a guy like Walt, he gets asked all the questions and gets all the attention for a great effort like tonight, but there's no animosity there. There's nobody, you know, concerned about that. These guys are just trying to win a championship, and I'm proud of that. I'm proud of what our program is and, you know, the strides that we've made over these past couple years.
In the other game, Houston shocked Duke with a last-minute rally that saw them score the final 9 points of the game.
Pretty
for
crazy.
A 70-67 win. Yeah. Duke held a 6-point lead with 34 seconds left, but inbounding issues, a questionable foul call, and a missed jumper by Cooper Flagg will probably haunt them as they watch Houston in the national championship game. Duke head coach John Shire didn't want to blame any of that, though. He thought their problems really lied on defense.
Houston's a team that doesn't quit. I mean, they're never going to stop. And so my messaging throughout the whole way with the team was understand this team doesn't go away. So no lead is safe with them. We can talk about not scoring down the stretch, but for me, it's our defense. We give up 42 points in the second half. That's what carried us in the first half. I thought the last segment to close the half was big. We gave them 4 threes, and then some uncharacteristic plays we probably made. And they hit some really tough shots. So for me, as I reflect in the moment, I look at our defense, and that was disappointing because even if we're not scoring, usually we get stops to get separation.
So you think it was a foul? It was the one that people are concerned about is the one on the foul shot rebound, right? Is that the questionable call?
Yes.
I watched it. I mean, it felt like...
I thought it was questionable, but I thought Duke did so many other things wrong
Right.
down the stretch that you can't point to that one
I would agree with that.
call and say it
Yeah.
ruined everything.
Sounds right.
So, I mean, it happens. Lyle, did you see that one?
Yeah, I think you guys are right. I think that's what the call was.
I
think
was
that
just
a
wondering
disputed
because
call.
you had such like definitive. What was your college football game that you were the
the
fix
ASU
was
game?
in? Yeah.
For whatever reason, he was more intense when it was his ASU team that was not the beneficiary of that
Yeah,
call.
you had such strong views on
Go
that.
figure.
That was still targeting.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, Houston head coach Kelvin Sampson may not have been as surprised as everyone else that his team was able to get it done. He talks about why he was confident.
I thought if we could hold them to 30-something from the field and we could be plus 10 on the boards, I thought we would win. It called me crazy, but I did. You know, I think we're top 3 or 4 in the nation in field goal percentage defense, and we've always been a pretty good rebounding team. It took us a while to become who we are. But at some point, if you have a culture, your kids aren't, quitting is not part of the deal. We're not going to quit. We're just going to play better.
They certainly did not. And yeah, we should be in for a good game tonight. Over on the women's side, did you get to watch that game?
I wish that I did. I didn't. You know what?
I mean, it turned out to not be very.
But it was on
very
at noon yesterday. I don't think I realized that it was on so early yesterday.
Yeah.
I was out doing some stuff, and I probably would have turned it on. Shame on me. I thought it was later on in the afternoon.
Well, yeah, there hasn't, there hasn't been quite the hype that there was last year.
No.
Without the Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark rivalry. And then, like I said, it turned out to be honestly not that great of a game. UConn was dominant 82-59 over South Carolina, sealing their 12th national championship. Paige Beckers had 14 points, as you mentioned. Sarah Strong and Ozzie Fudd both put up 24 each. Fudd was named the the Final Four's most outstanding player. Here's the final call of that game.
And there's the buzzer. It's an even dozen for Gino Auriemma and Connecticut. The final page in the book of Beckers is title number 12 for UConn.
The final page in the book of Beckers, is that good or is that a little too cheesy?
In between. I'll buy it. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. I'm
Okay.
fine with it.
After the game, Beckers talked about her relationship with head coach Gino Auriemma.
Yeah, he told me he loved me, and I told him I hated him. So, no, I love that. I love that man like more than words can describe. And there's a lot of times I don't, but it's because he's challenging me and making us all better in ways we never even knew we could. And he always has our back. That's the thing. Like sometimes it feels like he's on you and he has nothing but bad things to say, but he always has belief. He always has your back. And just the relationship that we have, I can't even put into words.
What a run it's been for him. He's been there for all 12 of those national championships. And there was some speculation that he might leave or retire.
I think at some point, but
But
I love the love-hate relationship all of his players have with him.
yeah.
Funny.
I think that's a mark of a good coach. Or, well, you've talked about that. You like to
Yeah,
be coached.
I do like coaches like
prefer
that.
too.
Absolutely. All right. Well, that is a good trip around the weekend. Alex Ovechkin also breaking the record. We can spend some more time on that maybe a
Yeah,
little
that
bit
was
later.
going to be my next thing. I know you have some sound of Wayne Gretzky because they paused the game.
I'm just looking
and
at
did a whole ceremony and had Wayne Gretzky
understandably, right? I
congratulate
mean,
him.
it's
Yeah.
that crazy. It's a huge number, and congratulations to Ovechkin.
It's wild they did it in the same amount of game, or like Gretzky's one fewer goal, but they did it in this exact same amount
Right.
of games, 1,487.
Remarkable. But the Gretzky points thing just continues to blow me away. That that Ovechkin would need 1,200 more points in order to catch Gretzky in the points thing because of Gretzky's 1,963 assists. Just for to understand how many 1,200 more points would be, that's the number of points total, roughly, that the number 40-ish scorer all time in the NHL has total. So if he were also to become the number 40 points getter all time in the NHL, then he would catch Gretzky in terms of how many points he's got. Just remarkable. All right, let's take a little break. Brock's going to come back here in just a moment. We will get his thoughts on the weekend that was. I got to see Brock and Titus this weekend, and I was impressed. Maybe that was not the most important thing that happened this weekend, but it might have been the most fun because it was not a very fun weekend. It's next on Brock and Salk.
The Cal Raleigh Show.
Belted way out of here to right field. Holy smokes.
Every Thursday with Shannon Dreyer on Wyman and Bob.
Seattle has been nothing but good to me. I would love nothing more to play for one team my whole career.
Listen live on the Seattle Sports app or find the video on YouTube.
Cal Raleigh with a walk-off home run.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
47,000 fans are going crazy.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name. It's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Harbor Freight knows time is money, so for our Spring Black Friday sale, we're getting straight to the deals. This weekend, you get 35% off jack stands, 56-inch roll cabs under $800, and 2,300 PSI electric pressure washers under $190. See? Straight to the point, so you can get straight to the savings. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until April 13th, 2025 while supplies last. Limitations apply.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hello, Seattle. It's your friendly neighbor, the T-Mobile Park roof. From up here, I can see it all. Folks pouring in from the street, the sun setting over the sound, the roar of the crowd as Luis Castillo pumps his fist, and the joy of the J-Rod squad as Julio snares a deep fly ball at the wall.
He reaches up with a leap and he makes the catch.
And all the faces smiling with every perfectly grilled hot dog and swirl of soft serve. When the final out's made, I'll be right up here, lighting the W and soaking it all in. Mariners baseball. Try it in Salk.
The Mariners have an incredible slate of events during this week's homestand. Don't miss the Cal Platinum Glove Bobblehead 3-day giveaway tonight through Wednesday, Corduroy Hat Night presented by Alaska Airlines this Friday, and more. Go to Mariners.com to get your tickets and check out the complete lineup of special events.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jim Pewter just punched me in the kidney.
Who's going to give you a name?
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now, here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! Hello! Yes, hello. Good morning, Brock.
Good morning, Michael.
Been a tough one, not gonna lie. Kind of started off the show, and I'll do it again, just sort of for everybody who's having a very difficult day for circumstances financially, etc., that have nothing to do with sports. If you're looking at your portfolio or your 401k, and I know, when was I reading, more than 65% of Americans are in some way invested in the stock markets, I don't know what to tell you. We're not going to spend any time talking about it today. We don't know. I don't know enough about it to give you any sort of informed conversation. But just we'll be talking sports, and I recognize that today's a difficult day for a lot of you out there. It is also, Brock, happy 16th anniversary to you and to us. It was yesterday, but we weren't on the air. 16 years ago yesterday that we launched this station. How about that?
Oh, wow. Before Titus was born.
Yes.
And then you get to see Titus Saturday. He and I roll by the house.
Which was nice.
Top pot donuts in the morning. Dick's Burgers. He ate 4.5 Dick's Deluxe. That is not an exaggeration. He ate.
What happened to the half one? He couldn't finish?
He ate. I had cut one in half. Yeah, to make sure some were saved for Damon and Mario. They didn't, and then of course I ate that half. Yeah, he ate 4.5 Dick's Deluxe and fries and milkshake. And then ate. Damon made this spread.
This was after Top Pot Donuts?
This was after Top Pot Donuts. I think this was right after your place.
I
right?
want to be 15.
You.
I want to be 15.
And then we got 6 Dick's Deluxe, 2 fries. I saw one of your friends, by the way. The last name is escaping me. His son played with Cecily. Soccer or something. Great guy. Ran into him at the Dick's line.
Okay.
And I was like, yeah, 6 Deluxe, 2 fries. And he had this kind of eyebrow up look, like, really? For you two? And I was like, well, we'll see how this goes. We'll save one for Damon and Mario. And literally, like, Titus ate 3, the fries, the shake. Is like, I really would like that other one. I'm still really hungry. So, yeah. Well, growing boy.
It was. He's not a boy. He's a man. I was not prepared for Titus to have the voice, the deep voice that he had. Because for years, like, Titus was tall and big, but didn't have the voice. You'd be like, yeah, he's still a kid. He's just tall. And now he sounds like a man, and it was disturbing in every way. But it was great. It was great having you over and having Titus over, and kids loved it. And thanks for coming by. It was great. Did you like the birthday present?
I did.
The Christmas present, rather.
I very much did. I'll pull it on one, maybe Wednesday with DJ.
Maybe.
I'll pull it out Wednesday for DJ.
You want to tell people what it is, or you want to surprise
we'll wait till
them?
Wednesday. That's a 2-day tease.
Okay.
You're gonna have to watch Daniel Jeremiah 8:30 Wednesday. I will pull it out then.
All right. Well,
remind me more.
We're 4 minutes into stalling because what happened over the weekend with the Mariners was pretty rough, man. I'm not going to sugarcoat any bit of it. That was a rough weekend. And as I said about an hour ago, like, when you say you want to start fast, that's kind of on you, right? I'm going to hold you to that. I've never been the person sitting here saying the first 10 games mean the most, etc. But I think we went through some reasons why this year they were more important than other years. right? Were you buying into this new system, keeping at bay any issues with the quiet offseason, being in a position eventually to use some of the prospects in your system to make trades, fill holes, improve, etc.? And so as you sit here today,
will one of these offseason additions actually contribute and actually help in the month of April? Or we got another
I guess Polanco is
Stella, we got another Garver, we got another Pollock, we got another. Yeah, and right now we got another. I mean, Solano and Rowdy are combined, 2 for 30?
Yeah.
I mean, I think they each have one hit, one of them being an infield hit. I mean, just have not been able to get any contribution from anybody on the outside. Your bullpen is already taxed and gassed. An injury here, you start to see the domino effect. An injury there, you see more of a domino effect. You look up, and by the way, the Rangers are 8-2.
Yeah,
like the good teams that were good, in the spring. I know it's not predicted, but the Dodgers and the Giants and these teams that had a lot of talent, good players. Guess what? They're not 3-7. You are like the Rockies. You're on the struggle bus.
I mean, the Braves are. Braves are one of those teams that's expected to be good. That's also been very bad to start the year, and they've had some injuries and stuff as well.
-15 run differential as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just not.
I don't have a lot of positives here. I mean, the 213 batting average, the 132 average with runners in scoring position, the 32 runs. Half of their runs have come via the home run, which was not the way this offense was supposed to be.
132 runners in scoring position?
Yeah.
And that's last, right?
That is 30th out of 30.
They are 9 for 68 with runners in scoring position so far this year.
That is last in the league. But the pitching has not been much better. 20th in ERA, 24th in starter ERA. Lyle had some stuff on the, or I guess this is really from TJ, right? Who had some stuff on the bullpen. But from the Marine layer,
they're a we.
The bullpen has really been challenged. They've not been striking anyone out. The K rates, if you go through them, Snyder, Thornton, Bizzardo, all under 20%. Sacedo under 20%.
Santos doesn't have a strikeout.
He's 0%. Now,
does not have a strikeout.
He's actually pitched better. I mean, he's actually pitched really well. He's been getting a lot of ground balls. But as a unit, you're under 20% strikeout rate. That's not great. And a bullpen whip of over 1.5. So, yeah, Brock, you talk about the domino effects, and you see them. George Kirby gets hurt, domino effect of Emerson Hancock. Then you make what I thought at the time was a bizarre decision. I'll stand by it to send him back down instead of Sacedo. You bring up Luis Castillo. He doesn't make it out of the third inning on
Luis
Friday.
F. Castillo. Thank you.
All right, Mr. F. Castillo didn't make it out of the third inning, and so now you still have to send down Sacedo the next day anyway. But you do. That's been a giant mess, and now you're starting to see the other effects on the other side, where Polanco, who could have guessed, is starting to deal with more knee injury and soreness again, so he had to sit out a couple of days. And then when Victor Robles gets hurt yesterday, now you are in a roster construction mess. Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess the best thing to do now is to bring up Leo Rivas. We've been kind of chatting through this all morning, Lyle and I have been behind the scenes. I mean, go through your options. I guess Leo Rivas is the best one, but that means that you're going to get a lot more Dylan Moore or Master Boney in the outfield, and you're really starting to expose second base. You're probably not going to have some of your handedness matchups. And oh, by the way, that's the roster construction. Some of the in-game management has had gigantic question marks associated with it as well. So look, these 10 days, it's not just that they're 3-7. It's that they haven't played well. And that the problems with the way they've played are all predictable problems. They're all things we all thought could be a problem. And while they are 3-7, if you just watch the games and didn't see the result, they should probably be 1-9 or 2-8. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to give you 0-10, but they should probably be 1-9 or 2-8. There's not any of the games they've lost that I feel like they should have won. They could have won a couple of the close ones, but there were none that they really should have won. And really, you're 3 home runs away late in the game from being 1-9. They haven't really been that. It's not like they've played better than their 3-7. I would say they've actually played worse.
If you were to single out one thing that has been the most debilitating,
I can't.
All of it, what would you say?
I mean, obviously, it's the offense, quote unquote, but. Brock,
it's got to be the run. I mean, 9 for 68 with runners in scoring position.
The one. Yeah, fair.
If you just are 18 for 68, you might be 5-5 or 6-4. Like you're 9 for 68 with runners in scoring
and I guess
position,
what's
and
so
many of those are
frustrating-
like second and third, or I mean, that's almost.
I think what's so frustrating to me about that is that was supposed to be the focus. Again, I'm not going to sit here. I have my own things that I care about, but I specifically on the radio will try to hold folks accountable to the things they say they want to be about. Aren't the situational hitting moments supposed to be the things that this team is all about? We heard so much about Dan and Edgar and the situational hitting. Okay, well, then that number being 30th is a huge problem, not just because it's bad, but because it's the thing you say you want to be best at. I like, to me,
Get back
that's
to
the
the
problem.
walk and talking thing, like walk your talk, walk and.
I'm not going to get back into Migos
We're not
again.
gonna-
No, because
Okay,
that was
all right.
hard for me.
That
on
was a Friday thing? That was a
Yeah,
Friday
that's just
thing?
for Friday.
Okay.
Just do the things you say you're going to do. It's the same thing I say to the Seahawks. Same thing I say all the time. Tell me the way you want to build your team, and then do it. Well, if you say that situational hitting is now the most important thing to you, well, you probably shouldn't be dead last with runners in scoring position. You probably shouldn't have half of your runs through 10 games come through the home run. I think those are the things that are most upsetting. But you know what? The pitching hasn't been, I mean, like, choosing one thing, they haven't really played well in any stretch.
Yep.
The hitting hasn't been very good. The pitching, starting pitching hasn't been great. The relief pitching has had its problems, hasn't been great. I think the in-game management has been flawed. The roster construction has been flawed. What are we missing?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everything through 10 games has had some level of problem. The only good news is that it's only 10 games. That's akin, over the course of a season to one football game. So if you can find your way back and eliminate some of those problems, it's not too late, but it's really not the start that anybody was hoping for.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
We are excited to announce the Cal Raleigh Show will air every Thursday during the Mariners season at 5 p.m.
I think he could be one of the most beloved characters in Seattle sports history.
He's a huge fan favorite, and on the heels of him signing this deal and showing his commitment to this city and to this organization, I think it's a big deal to have him on every single week.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, Brock Ewert here, and on this Monday morning, the baseball team is causing some aches and pains, but I know that many of you wake up on a daily basis, just living a life in pain that's really affecting your quality of life. As a former pro football player, I've had my share of injuries, my rib injury, back injury, ankle injury, all of those things, but you don't have to play pro sports to know what I'm talking about. Painful joints from arthritis can affect and do affect many of you out there. So that is where my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine over in Kirkland, that's where he comes to play. He has seen so many patients suffering from chronic joint pain caused by arthritis and tendonitis and bursitis and every itis there is. And here's the good news. Many have jumped aboard this pain medicine lately, regenerative medicine, not Dr. Dan. This has been his business for over 30 years. 3 decades of experience with pain medicine techniques to really help whatever walks through the door. So give him a call this morning if you're living life in pain and it's affecting your quality of life. 425-823-4000, 425-823-4000, or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. The ice may have melted, but spring is the perfect time for a new roof. Call Techline Roofing. Take advantage of our easy financing and our spring special. That's TEKLINE roofing.com.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Collect
collectors, Front Row Car Show is returning to Tacoma. Join us at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center on April 12th and 13th. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. SGC, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Greater Tacoma Convention Center, Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
When the heat's in 11,
Cool AC would be heaven.
dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush.
Act now before summer.
Because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net.
Even though our Northwest summers can be spectacular, there's always a long, hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. You can stay comfortably cool when those hot temps arrive. This is the time to plan ahead and call us about installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
Before the summer heat wave.
Keep your house cool and safe.
Dayandnight.net. Make sure your AC will keep you cool when the summer heat gets here. Save $50 on a pre-summer AC tune-up. When the heat's at 11, stay cool with Day and Night.
Dayandnight.net. For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims, like Bobby, who was hurt riding the bus.
The bus made a left turn, and the scooter that I was on overturned. Ended up having surgery on my back. So I knocked on the door of Warrior Injury Law, and I thought if anyone could help me with my situation, they could, and they did. They everyday people who work for everyday people. I would recommend this company over all the rest.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing, and they have got the perfect slogan. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset, and I witnessed this firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and again when I had him do work on my roof. Now this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing because you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Brutal weekend for the Mariners all the way around. Extra innings loss on Friday, and what was at least an exciting, fun game. Routine loss Saturday. And then yesterday, they did come back to tie it up, thanks to Randy Arozarena.
The stretch and the 2-2 pitch. Swinging a line drive. Base hit down the left field line. Robles scores. Tie game. Cal to third. He's going to be stopped there by Negron. The throw in by Matos is cut off. In at second. Randy Arozarena.
He tied it up there. Kind of a weird
send, Cal?
I don't think you should have, no. But I also thought Bob Melvin made a mistake walking Cal to get to Randy in that spot. Not because, I get why he wanted to face.
For 12 with 6 strikeouts.
I know why he wanted to face Randy. I don't know if I would have put the go-ahead run on third on base, though. That's felt.
Who was following Randy?
I don't know at that point. Yeah. Did it matter, really?
I think it was Carver.
Yeah, it was probably. Sounds about right. Yeah. Regardless, it didn't work as they gave up a walk-off single in the bottom of the ninth. Brian Wu was good. except for one pitch. I mean, he's pretty good. He was kind of Brian Wu-like, but Yastrzemski hammered that pitch for a 3-run shot, and that was kind of all they needed. Julio and Cal both went yard in this one. Overall, Dan Wilson, just like you said, Brock, frustrated by their problems hitting with runners in scoring position.
Those are tough situations to hit, and I know it's coming, and it's going to be there. Just unable to convert tonight a couple of times, but that's baseball sometimes, and we'll be back tomorrow and ready to roll.
It's just baseball, Salky. And it does. They're not going to go 9 for 68. They're not going to hit a $132 with runners in scoring position all year. That's just not going to happen.
No, but that's been their point of emphasis. Mm-hmm. And I think that's why I would disagree on this one. I don't think that's just baseball. That's your point of emphasis.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like having a point of emphasis like that doesn't matter.
Like to run the ball?
No, in baseball. I felt for a long time that stuff just doesn't matter that much. I'm saying it over and over again for the last 6 months. Mm-hmm. Like, I just don't feel like having that point of emphasis is going to end up affecting you that much in baseball. I think it's just too much of a game of statistics and long term, and I just ultimately have problems with that
and
philosophy.
Talent, frankly, as well.
I think that probably plays a role, yeah. They'll have their ace on the mound tonight, though. They go against the Houston team that also has stumbled badly out of the gates. Logan Gilbert against Hayden Wesneski tonight, 6:40 start. Be a pretty good time for this team to start getting themselves in gear.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Unfortunately, that wasn't the only bad news from yesterday. Victor Robles making a sensational catch in the bottom of the ninth. Unfortunately, it ended in disaster.
Bailey with a swing and a drive. Deep to right field, down the line. Robles on the run. Running out of room, leaps up into the netting. And does he make the catch? And the ball is free from Robles. And around to third goes Matos. And Robles is hurt on the warning track.
He was really hurt. Yeah. I mean, he was holding up his right shoulder with his left hand. Other way around, left shoulder with his right hand.
Yes. Yeah, that thing went full force into the net and subluxed. That was an unbelievable effort.
Amazing.
Absolutely courageous. Totally sacrificed his body full speed to jump into that thing. But you're running full speed and jump into a net that just, I think we'll see what the results of the MRI are and everything else, whether that thing was dislocated, whether things were torn, whether it was just hyperextended. Who knows?
But he's going to miss some time.
Yes, he is.
Probably some significant time, and that matters.
I mean, he's a very impactful player for our team, defensively and offensively too. It just, it's a matter of see where things stand at with him now.
That was Julio, obviously. You got another problem, though, as Jorge Polanco's knee has been acting up, some soreness, so he was off his feet for a couple of games after returning for just one. So what do you do now? You're going to have to make some sort of a roster move, but you got to be able to cover for not just Robles and Wright. You got to cover for Raley's problems hitting against lefties. Telez's, and if you want to bring up Canzone, his problems hitting against lefties. Then you've also got to worry about Polanco and being able to cover for him at third base.
You're not bringing up your buddy Williamson quite yet.
No, I don't see that happening. Okay. I mean, he's been okay. I think he's 5 for 20, so hitting 200 at AAA. I'm going to guess this is a Leo Rivas situation. We've been talking through it. Locklear, you would love to bring up Locklear, but I think that gives you too many players who are very similar. I think you would love to bring up Canzone because he's just a right fielder, but he's got the same handedness issues as Raley, so I don't see that happening. Mm-mm. I think you bring up Rivas, switch hitter, gives you more flexibility with Masterboni and Dylan Moore to let them play the outfield, but none of those are great options.
Push.
Okay, just push.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I'll tell you what you won't be doing is bringing in Vlad Guerrero Jr. He signed a 16-year, $500 million deal with the Blue Jays last night, $35 a year.
None of it deferred.
None of it.
This isn't a Dodgers, defer
No.
some stuff now.
That's American money, too, right? That's not Canadian money?
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise it would only be like, $350 million. So good for him. UConn Huskies win Brock Page Becker's biggest name, but not the biggest star, Ozzie Fudd. How about
she was amazing.
her? She was tremendous.
How about the freshman strong? How about the 12th title for Gino Auriemma? I mean, just when the family was back there, Titus and I did our little deal up at BC, and Molly and Jackson and Haley watched UConn just dismantle Arkansas State in the opening round. And to each of them in their eye, and you're talking decades of experience in women's basketball, Jackson plays at SP, they were like, UConn's just different. Those girls are all machines. They're machines. And they all get off the ground, and they are a different level. And they prove that they just humiliated everybody throughout the whole tournament on their way to this.
Speaking of machines, I guess you got Florida and Houston are going to play tonight on the men's side. Alex Ovechkin, a goal-scoring machine. He does finally pass Wayne Gretzky on the goal-scored all-time list. Gretzky, happy for him.
I can tell you firsthand, I know how hard it is to get the 894. 895 is pretty special. My congratulations to not only Alex, his mom and dad, his family, his wife and kids. When I broke the record, my 2 kids were about the age of his boys, so it's kind of reminiscent for me, and I'm so happy that 2 of my boys are here tonight. But there's nothing better than the National Hockey League. They say records are made to be broken, but I'm not sure who's going to get more goals than that.
Pretty cool. He only has 1,200 more points to go to catch Gretzky in the points scored.
Same number of games played over.
Isn't that crazy?
It absolutely is extraordinary.
Yeah, pretty
and
amazing.
I could say this definitively. I'll say this totally definitively. Not just looking at you on a daily basis, Salk, spending time breaking bread with you and your family on Saturday. You look definitively younger than Alex Ovechkin. In the picture, in the postgame, as he's drinking his Coors Light with Wayne, he looked like he was 60.
How old is he?
At 38 or 39. He looks like he's 70 years old. It is truly.
I bet if you watch us both skate around the ice, though, you'd have a pretty different opinion on that. Unbelievable. All right, that's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, Brock, I know. Let's react. We've done a lot of proacting. Let's do a little reaction. Because the biggest name on this team had something to say after the game. And
R-E-S.
I don't know whether it's that, but I think could go a few different ways. I'm curious how everybody took it. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Abe Luke is going to be the most important player on this offense. Why? Because when he is available and he is playing, him and Charles Cross are going to hold it down. It's all about keeping the band together. And the band has been split up a lot over the past couple of years, right? We saw rookies play tackle. We saw rookies play guard. But when Abe and Charles Cross are playing together, those bookends hold it down. It's Abe Lucas, man.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, we have heard from you guys as Brock and Salk listeners, and we appreciate you for texting into the show, like the one I got last week or 2 weeks ago now from the 775, saying they were starting their journey with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Text went on to say they hadn't felt optimistic in a long time, but they pointed to my transparency about my journey, and so they finally decided to give it a try. Said they were excited. Well, a couple weeks in, I hope you're doing great. I would hope in that first week you lost 10 pounds, just like I did in my first week. I lost 35 overall. Ryan Roland Smith has lost 30. Saw him on TV last week. He looks incredible. Former pro athlete, right, who was working out all the time, but you can't outwork a bad diet, as Ryan knows. So Eastside Weight Loss Clinic helped him with a plan that builds long-term habits so you lose the weight and then keep it off. It all starts with a 15-minute phone call. You should schedule one right now with EastsideWeightLossClinic.com. Join me, join Ryan Roland Smith, join our texters, join thousands of others. Go to EastsideWeightLossClinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Rick Riz here for the Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Many of our local youth sports teams need help with field enhancements, training, and equipment. Local Pella owners Keith Dashafy and Luke Wilson are stepping up to donate $5,000 to 2 deserving teams. We need your help finding them. Head to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a deserving team in need. Let's help our local youth improve their play this year with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Contest and rules at seattlesports.com/play.
This is an important announcement to anyone facing $10,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS or state. Struggling taxpayers can now take advantage of special tax relief programs that could resolve your tax problem, stop collections, and significantly reduce the amount you owe if you qualify. Get the relief you need today during these hard economic times. Call Community Taxes Relief Hotline now at 800-741-3179. That's 800-741-3179.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Goodbye, winter mud. Hello, Dream Yard. Spring is here. Synthetic Turf Northwest has you covered. No more soggy lawns or weekend yard work. Just green, clean, and ready for backyard barbecues, wiffle ball, or kicking back. Synthetic Turf Northwest, the area leader in synthetic grass, residential and commercial installs, plus turf supplies out of our Woodinville warehouse, and soon in Fife, right off I-5. Mention Seattle Sports and save up to $1,000 off your project. Visit syntheticturfnorthwest.com today.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we provide top quality windows that are 25% more energy efficient, reduce noise by 50%, and stay clear with low maintenance glass. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Right now, have ultra-efficient, clean technology windows installed and pay zero down with zero interest and zero payments for 18 months. Only from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. And they'll even pay your sales tax. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Mariners off to a 3-7 start. How serious is the problem? Julio Rodriguez was asked essentially that after the game yesterday and said this.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that's going to happen. You know, I feel like we have a really good offensive team. And like I said, like they're one of the best teams right now. And like, you know, I know it's starting the season, but like we're right there with them. You know, and like I said, like they were on field advantage, but, you know, we can compete. We can compete, and that's something that I think we're all prideful for, to be able to compete against anybody. And, yeah, I think we're going to be in a good spot.
All right, so an optimistic sound from Julio Rodriguez after the series sweep in San Francisco. Why? Why is Julio saying that? I'm sure there's going to be a lot of different reactions and a lot of different reasons from different folks. And none of us know. I mean, Julio's the only one who knows. So this is essentially guesswork at this point. But why do you think Julio leans into the positive, leans into we were right there, we were close, we're as good as them, it just didn't break our way? Why does Julio lean that way after 10 games?
I think first and foremost, genuinely and generally, that's his demeanor. That is his personality. Right through the ups and the downs and the peaks and the valleys and everything else, we've seen a few flare-ups of some emotion and some anger and such. But by and large, over 3+ years now, has that not been his DNA? To just kind of be a jovial guy. You know, when players have come in, Salk, and we've chatted with a bunch of them, what has been a common refrain for many of them, especially the veteran guys, is like, "Wow,
the joy."
The joy, and I can't believe how loose this place is. And, you know, I think Julio sets a lot of that because that is in just very much his nature. So I would say there, first and foremost, like why yesterday when the microphones were in his face after getting swept out of San Francisco and losing back-to-back series, not winning a series, 3-7, all of this stuff that feels, you know, to us that's mounting. I think just internally, the way that guy is wired, he has just got a lot of joy and a lot more optimism and positivity.
Yeah, so I think that's a big part of it. How do you balance that with sort of the edgier version of Julio that we saw and that everybody talked about coming out of spring training?
Yeah. Yep. I think that's a fair question. And how do you balance that when the majority of the fans that are watching the product are saying, "Come on, Julio, that's delusional. You're not a good offense." And you ran through those metrics. I mean, that's part of my reaction is I love you for that, Julio. I love that that's your joy. I love that you're optimistic. I love that, you know, you've been through this thing long enough to know that any 10-game stretch is never going to define a team. But please don't try to sell me oceanfront property in Arizona and tell me this is a good offense, because this is right now not a good offense. The bottom of the order is popless and lifeless. The new additions have contributed absolutely zero. The runners in scoring position is 9 for 62. Like, it's just not. You can't sell me that. I'm sorry. I'm just not going to buy any belief other than, you know, the game Friday night where there was some explosive offense where you tried to pick up, you know, your starter and your bullpen and everything else who have been gassed. And usually for this team, 8-9 runs going to win you 99% of the games. It just didn't happen Friday night.
Do you think he believes it?
Yeah, I think he does. Honestly, I think he does.
I think he does too.
Yeah.
That was one of the things that I found myself thinking about, because I know you instantly sent over those thoughts, and maybe it was Lyle, and we're like, okay, why? Just my first thought, okay, why would he say that? I don't know that I feel the same way after watching them for 10 games, and certainly after watching the 3 against San Francisco, and after watching, you know, the continuation of what has been kind of who they were last year and the year before. For me, it would be hard to come out and say, "Oh yeah, no, you're right there with them." So does Julio, when he says it, why? Yeah, I think he does believe it, and maybe some of it, you know, we're all guilty of some confirmation bias, and Julio said it in the spring training, like, "Hey, I know other people don't see it, we see it, we're going to be good," and so he's not going to give up on that view after 10 games, nor should he. It is probably the best way to lead right now. Right? If there was if he thought what the team needed was a kick in the butt, I think he'd be giving that. But I don't think 10 games in, the feeling is, well, this team needs a kick in the butt. So, do you buy what he in baseball? Buy Jim Harbaugh, Colin Cowherd, buy. What do you mean buy? Do you buy that being close and competitive and playing extra inning games and down to the wire, and do you buy that in baseball as we're right there with the San Francisco Giants. We're right there with the Dodgers. We're right there with, if we can play competitive and close with these teams, because over all these years, I think I'm buying that less. I think baseball is just such a, get the job done, and don't get swept. Find a way to, you got to win, a game in the series. Getting swept, we have learned, is the way to really dig yourself into a hole. I think I would say I buy it more than I do in the NFL or in the NBA. Right? Being close in the NFL doesn't mean jack squat. Almost all the games are close. Like how you perform and what your quarterback does in those last couple minutes is every NFL game. So I buy it more than that. I do buy that in any short sample size, right? Over the course of a series, over the course of a week or so, Yeah, I think you can be right there with other teams, even though you're only winning 30% of your games for that week, because the game is played over such a long stretch. When Cal Raleigh gets hot, it will change the way that looks, right? And there will be a point in the season where Cal gets red hot and hits, 5 home runs in a 10-day stretch. There will be a point in the season where various guys get super hot, or your pitching just totally dominates, and the opposite, where guys get ice cold. So some of it is the timing of when you catch people. You can't make a judgment after 10 games on that stuff. But, yeah, I think that execution is absolutely a problem. And I'll just come back to say, again, there was a lot made out of this team needs to start fast. And they're not starting fast. There was a lot made of this team is going to be a lot more relaxed. And from what I've seen, some of that relaxed nature has led to some sloppy play. There's been a lot made of, the crucial situations and situational hitting and what Edgar brings to that. And 10 games in, that's been the biggest problem this team has had. There was a lot made of, there's going to be some more small ball. And through 10 games, I'm not sure I really understand still what that plan is. Some days it's there. 2 days over the weekend, Dylan Moore had, late game bunting opportunities to tie the game by moving a runner to third base with nobody out. And both times they decided not to do that. So I'm not sure I fully understand the consistency of what they're trying to do. So I'm just going to keep coming back to the hey, tell me what you want to be and then go do it. And I think that's the thing that's been maybe most concerning to me 10 games in, along with this, Brock. I don't know what they can do right now about it.
Right.
I'm just kind of looking through okay, if you're frustrated, what do you want to do? There's not a lot. J.P. Crawford has a 509 OPS. Were you going to cut J.P. Crawford? He's still got another year or two left on his deal. You could send down Ryan Bliss. He's got a 460 OPS. But what's that for? What are you going to bring back up? You're already probably going to have to bring up Rivas. And it's not like that is a huge difference-making thing. I guess you could bring up Samad Taylor. You want to cut Mitch Garver because you're frustrated because he hasn't hit. He has 1 hit on the year, 2 hits, whatever, a couple hits on the year, and bring up a better right-handed bat. You can, but you still need a backup catcher. Garver's not really in that DH role anymore, even though you've seen him in some of those spots. He's your backup catcher. So if you were to do something with Garver, you'd need to call up, what's that guy's, Blake Hunt?
Or Harry Ford.
Okay, well, fine. I guess you could do that. You might want to give him a little more than a week at AAA.
Probably.
Solano and Tellez have 1 hit apiece. One of them was a miracle, infield single. You want to make a move with one of those guys? You just brought them in. You're going to give up after 10 games? So I think some of the frustration is, there's not a tremendous amount you can do about it right now.
You look down the bench, and we've seen this in real life, in real time with the basketball teams my kids have been on. The coach will ultimately be so frustrated, right? And he'll look down the bench, and then he'll be even more frustrated because I got no answer. Who do you want me to go to? And he starts screaming at the assistants, what do you want me to do? And everybody just is in that state that you find yourself in right now.
Yeah, I mean, there aren't a lot of options for what to do.
Oh, the most they can do right now is keep plugging and playing different bullpen arms and see who sticks. I'll be honest, if you want one takeaway from the weekend that's more positive, I thought Jesse Hahn in his couple innings in relief looked really good.
Which is amazing because I thought he was arguably the worst pitcher they had at spring training. He had all kinds of problems whenever I watched him at spring training. He came in, he was great.
Yep.
And Vargas has been really good. Give that guy some credit.
Sure. Gabe
great.
Spire's been the best guy in the bullpen so far. He looks back to prime Gabe Spire. But there's other guys that you have in the system that you're going to try out through the year. I bet we see Casey Legamina at some point, but you're going to have to find who sticks because that's the most you can do right now.
As you look down your bench, obviously, using that analogy, you got some guys in street clothes that will be difference makers. George Kirby and Brash and Taylor and maybe Legamina. You know that some reinforcements are coming there
in the bullpen.
In the arm front.
It will be better. By the way, where's George Kirby? I mean, didn't you think we would at least hear about George starting to throw
some rehab
assignment, something like that by now? And maybe that's coming. I'm not saying that anything weird is going on. I guess I thought that we would have heard about that by now because that spot in the rotation is killing them. That compounded by the decision to send down Hancock after one bad start rather than sending down Saucedo, which, by the way, they had to do a couple days later anyway.
Yeah, because it's been about a month, right? That happened with George right after we left. So that was like the first 10 days of March.
So what's
April 7th.
what's going on there? Is he going to find his way back in here? I don't know. That was a little disturbing. I guess look, the part of the reason that I'm asking a lot of these questions, and part of the reasons I think it feels like more than 10 games, is exactly what John Morosi said to Wyman and Bob last week.
This season feels a lot like the last couple seasons in the sense that they're off to a little bit of an underwhelming start. Not a terrible one, but just a bit of an underwhelming one. And they're probably going to have to get right down to September and win a lot of low-scoring games to get into the dance. That's what I'm seeing right now. I think in their division, maybe there's some surprises. Again, it's just 1 week, but I think Texas has been able to withstand their injuries better than I expected. I think the Angels are a little better than I expected them to be. The Astros look vulnerable, but again, the Mariners have not quite hit enough to take advantage.
Yeah, the problem is that it does look a lot like last year, and that while, a 10-game sample is too small to judge anything, so was the 5-week sample at the end of last year. Yep. And yet they made an off-season decision based on that 5-week sample size. Well, it's hard for me not to start to make some more snap judgmental decisions after what they did at the end of last year.
Yeah. And I don't think I'm alone in this. And obviously, we've talked about the emotion and the fervor and the frustration of some of the fans and everything else. I don't think I'm alone in that I'm watching Everett Aqua Sox highlights and like looking at the minor league stats more than I ever have before, because that other reality of that is down there, and it's obviously some years away, right? With the Montezes, we got off to a brilliant start. Our boy Emerson nearly had a cycle. Like these guys,
they've been great.
Yes, they've been phenomenal. And Feldman and Celestine lit it up in Modesto. Like these young talents are there. And it's like, oh my gosh, can some of these veteran guys just do their job? Just do your job. Do your job, JP. Take advantage of an opportunity, Ryan. Do your job, Mitch. Do your job, Cal, with runners and scoring. Like, do your jobs. And you wouldn't be sitting here anywhere at 3-7 and -16 in run differential. But right now, unfortunately, the first 10 games of the year, just collectively, not doing their jobs.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock, you made your way to Boulder on Friday to see Shedeur and the whole deal. What was it like?
Yeah,
Tell me about it.
It was all 32 NFL teams were there. There were a lot of head coaches. Kind of funny when you get in those environments and, and chatting with Brady and Hawkblogger and these guys that go to the combine, they go to the owners' meetings that are just in the hallway with, NFL head coaches. Sean Payton's there, Stefanski's there. Bumped into a few of those guys, chatted with them, saw a lot of our media friends, Mr. Weiss and Mr. Baldinger, and just it was great. It was
there.
Yeah, I got to see the hair in person. He's trying to go like Mel Kiper, helmet hairhead.
You can see that.
Mel's is losing it. He's trying to show that he can be the Chia Pet now. And Louis Riddick, and everybody was there. It was an absolute show. Dion was in full display, yelling at a scout to not tell his guys how to run a 40. That was classy. They had, the media members all got these big, usually you just get maybe a little name tag or, just a little credential. Oh no, showcase. Let them know we're here. We coming. All this on your media badge and credential. And then ultimately Shedeur through. And I would say, the first half of it was really shaky. Ball was really loose and wobbled, and the arm talent, and he just wasn't extraordinary. He didn't obviously run, jump, do any of that. But then when he got in rhythm, you're like, okay, yeah, now you kind of see it, like a three-point shooter. Yep. Now he's starting to fill it up. Now he was even saying that, let's go. Let's get in a rhythm. Let's stop goofing around. Travis is jumping up, touching the microphone, the fuzzy little microphone thing. He's a different human. He's going to go number 2 to Cleveland, by the way. I'd be really surprised at that. All the Cleveland brass was there, chatting with different people, actually chatting with Travis's agent, who's a local guy with Washington ties, and I'd be surprised. Abdul Carter or him are going to go to Cleveland. What New York does at 3 with Shedeur. I could see Shedeur actually falling down, maybe Vegas at 6, some others. But, man, it was as you would expect with Prime, it was an absolute show and fun to be in those NFL circles.
Pretty cool. All right, question number 2. Speaking of which, what's going on with Sam Darnold, Brock?
So this was like literally Friday and Saturday. I wish you could have been in my hip pocket. I got to see you for an hour plus in your environment on the Love Deck and everything else, which was great. But if you would have been in my little hip pocket to go up to Boulder and watch practice, and then Christian McCaffrey's number gets retired to Valor Christian High School as a surprise. And the student body didn't know any of that. School didn't know any of that. And it was really cool. And the head football coach at Valor recruited Christian to Stanford. So he's known him for decades.
Okay.
And a really good move on his part. Like, you know what? One of the first things I'm going to do as a new head coach is we're going to retire that guy's jersey because he's the best to ever play here. 4 state titles, Gatorade players of the just an amazing player. And so they do this video, and Mike Stanford, the head coach, had reached out to a bunch of former players, NFL guys, including Sam Darnold. And they spent a year together in San Francisco. So all these guys like pop up on the video screen, right? Like no names, George Kittle, all these guys congratulating Christian. And then Sam pops up. And you could almost feel in the gym like this kind of almost a laugh because Sam is like the most normal dude there is.
Okay.
I think, again, he was in a flannel, and the camera was like too close to his face. So it was like all his face and his flannel. And he's just like the greatest dude. Like, Christian, you're a great player, but man, you're a great person and just real.
Okay.
And it totally played with what Mike McDonald said on Sirius Radio on Friday. You know what Sam Darnold is? No drama. You know what Sam Darnold is? No high maintenance. You know what Sam Darnold is? One of the dudes. Here was the head coach saying
I think it's interesting because I haven't had a relationship with Sam before a couple weeks ago, and it's been awesome so far. Our conversations. It's been really cool to hear about people that have had a relationship with him in his life, kind of throughout his journey, and what all positive things they have to say about him. All the way back, to his college days at USC. We have some of those folks still in our building right now, and I'm most excited about the person, the leader, the teammate, that guy that we get to work with every day, and I think he's in a great spot from our conversations. I think he's energized, he's driven, and just like the rest of us in the building. So he's going to fit right in.
We've said this a bunch over the years, Salk, about all sorts of different players with the Seahawks and, Mariners. And money makes guys weird sometimes. It just does.
True.
And we've seen the Johnny Manziels that can't handle the whole spectrum of it, man. It's hard to handle that wealth and fame. And I think it was a real challenge for Russ. Right, and we watched that kind of morph, from the beginning of it, where maybe that was some of his nature anyway. It was going to be a little bit of maintenance, and then it became a lot of maintenance. I think with Geno, it was a little bit of maintenance, and then it became a lot of maintenance. I think with Sam Darnold, there is going to be very, very little maintenance, and that is something everybody in that building is looking forward to.
Pretty cool. All right, question number 3. Maybe we'll spend a little more time on this at 9 o'clock, but you also got to Husky spring practice
what a
on
weekend.
Saturday. Seriously, what a football weekend for you.
68 degrees, the greatest setting in all
Was it
of
beautiful
college
on
football.
Saturday or not?
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my gosh, was it nice on Saturday.
Drove out to the Olympics, the Hood Canal, the Olympic Mountains were just in all their glory. Incredible. I would like to spend. I got about 4 or 5 takeaways from Husky practice. Can we do that at 9?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that at 9. Let me just tell you right now, you can't go to practice and not walk away with Damon Williams on your mind. Damon is incredibly talented. So as you know, Titus is like this aspiring, thinks he wants to be quarterback and all that. So his eyes all over Damon. And he's like, you see that throw? Look at that throw. Look at that throw. And I mean, he's added. You could see it. I mentioned in Blue 88 last week, Jed's comments about adding 15 to 20 pounds. One of the assistant coaches ran over to me and said, do you see it? Not just with Damon. You see, I forget the number he said. It was into the thousands of pounds. That is an entire program they have put on since the end of last season. Like, they know through recruiting, through the transfer portal, through the weight room, we have got to get so much bigger to sustain in the Big Ten with the big boys. And, man, Damon is one special kind of athlete. You remember when Russ came to Seattle and you saw Russ for the first time? You saw Russ at the Combine. Russ running like 4.5 at 205 pounds and like just ripped and almost looked like a running back that could throw it really well. Yeah, that's what Damon Williams looks like. Yeah, he's just in 1 year from that freshman year moving into a sophomore year, you start to see why all the folks around there are pretty darn hyped, and a bunch of the coaches that were there from the NFL side of it that were there for the clinic could also say, oof, I'm excited to watch this kid over the next couple of seasons.
Makes some sense. All right, there you go. That is today's Blue 88. Yeah, I mean, 18 to 19 or whatever should be a pretty big year of physical growth.
And you enroll early, and that gives you a little bit of a leg up and allows him to play a little bit last year. I watched practice a few times last year. You could see the game moved a little fast, and now you're like, nope, just a couple of those starts, playing in every game last year, adding some of that just strength that naturally comes as you grow up. Yeah, it's that position is going to be an exciting one for the next couple of years for sure.
Good. Pretty cool. All right, well, I saw a couple different mock drafts over the weekend. One had the Seahawks taking a quarterback in the second round, though maybe not the one you would expect. Both of them had the Seahawks taking a wide receiver at number 18. One of those mock drafts belonged to Bruce Feldman, who we will talk to coming up at 8:30. Before we get there, though, it's time for another of Brock's draft profiles. We are on to the top 10. Starting today, Brock. We'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
The John Schneider Show.
With Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
When you guys bring in free agents, then they leave and you don't sign them, probably unique to each one. But is it just something you learn in that conversation that you go, okay.
Yeah, a lot of different reasons. It could be medical, it could be personality, financial, how they're going to be a fit in the building, how much they love football, what kind of worker are they. There's a whole interview process that I don't want to give out, actually.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we've been exclusively plumbers for over 100 years. No corny mascots, no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers out to your home fast. All rooter and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been involved in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you with an aggressive team dedicated to securing the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal, fighting for you.
Collectors, Front Row Car Show is returning to Tacoma. Join us at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center on April 12th and 13th. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. SGC, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Greater Tacoma Convention Center, Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment and paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
The madness is still on at Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland to get you the best deals on your new ride. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory with the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff will assist you with a test drive and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get his freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
All right, we are now inside of 3 weeks away from the NFL draft, Thursday, April 24th. Looking forward to it, Brock.
2 weeks and 3 days.
How about that? Yeah, it feels like it shouldn't be quite that far off, but it's coming up very, very soon. And so we are into your top 10 of draft profiles, Brock, as we get ready for this year's version.
The Seattle Seahawks select.
This is Brock Heward's draft profile.
You want traits? Check. You want a vocal leader? Check.
At the end of the day, you have to say, okay, what's best for the organization?
Can you make people around you better, and can you bring people together?
Every day leading up to the draft.
Well, this guy checks every one of those boxes. It is Iowa State wide receiver Jaylin Noel. When you look at the name, if you want to sound smart with your buddies, it looks like Noel. It's N-O-E-L. It's not Noel. It's pronounced Noel. Jaylin Noel. N-U-L-L. His game is not null and void. His game is large and in charge. A mighty mouse. Kansas City, Missouri kid. Saw him 3, 4, 5 times at Iowa State, Salk, over the last 4 years. Iowa State, one of those programs that holds a little spot in my heart. A little bit like Kansas State. A little bit like these programs that do not get 4 and 5 stars, that do not have NIL money into the tens of millions. They got to take 3-star guys and turn them into 4-star difference makers. And that was Jaylin Noel. Super productive player out of Kansas City. A little bit undersized coming out of high school. 5'10". He's probably 170 pounds when he got up to Iowa State. He left Iowa State at 5'10" and 194 pounds of Brookhouse muscle. Really took off at the combine. For me, I could see it year after year after year. I was like, man, who is this little slot receiver? This guy is just one tough little sucker. There is a lot. Personality-wise, there is a lot of Doug Baldwin. A lot of edgy, don't tell me what I can't do. Let me show you what I can do. Oh, you didn't want me at Ohio State? You didn't want me at Michigan? You didn't want me at Texas? You didn't want me? It was Kansas State, Iowa State, kind of Nebraska, some of the Midwest schools that no. Yeah, this kid's wiring and his development's going to come and he's going to be a great player at the end of his career. And he was. He was a special teams player of the year in the Big 12 last year. He had 80 receptions for over 1,100 yards and 8 touchdowns for the Cyclones, as he was a big part of elevating that program to the Big 12 championship game. I mean, just an absolute stud. And then Salk, then he goes to the combine, and you start to, these guys that put together those numbers and are that explosive on the field, you figure, okay, he's going to be good. All right, I'm going to see some good numbers. I'm going to see something in the 4.4s, right? Something in the mid-30s jumping. Oh, no. I'm going to see 4.39 in the 40 with a 1.51 first 10, which is extraordinarily quick. And then I'm going to see a vertical of 41.5 inches. You will dunk Salk at 41.5 inches. You will still be able to do that at 5'10". And I'm going to see a broad jump of 11 feet 2 inches. What was your broad jump? 7 feet at the combine in your prime 5 years ago?
My prime.
7 years ago?
Yeah, my prime. Thanks.
Imagine watching somebody jump 4 feet further than you did in the broad jump standing still. I mean, that's just off the charts. And then to put the little cherry on top, 23 reps of 225. That's more than a lot of the linemen and D linemen were able to rep at 225 for 23 reps at 194 pounds.
Wow.
That, like, you rep 225 23 times, and the strength coaches out there that are listening, you can text in exactly what that is, or you exercise program directors, but that's going to be somewhere around a 425 to 450 max. I mean, you're talking twice your body weight on the bench press. So it's just, he is a ball of explosive muscle. Time and again through this year's 15 draft profiles, and it will continue as I looked at my list of 987654321. There is going to be one common refrain with every one of them. 51 games played, 33 starts. Dude has played a lot of football. All Big Conference, Special Teams Player of the year before, second team All Big 12, right? Played as a true freshman right away, got into the fold and could prove right away to his peers in a hard-fought program that I'm a difference maker. But tons of experience, unbelievable explosion. And honestly, if you mixed Amon-Ra St. Brown and Doug Baldwin together, you would get a lot of Jaylin Noel.
Well, that would
That's
be
high
pretty
praise. That's high praise. And we'll see at the NFL level. If there's anything early in his career, there were some drops. There were some hands, but he was a multi-sport athlete in high school. He was a great basketball player on top of being a great football player, and did kind of a little bit of everything in high school. But, the guy is hyper competitive. And if he's sitting there with your third pick, your late second-round pick, he's sitting there after you've addressed linemen, I would not hate at all the addition of a guy that's going to help you in special teams, that's going to block his butt off, and he's going to be able to run by people in that slot time and time again.
That sounds interesting, and I'm glad, again, you're talking about him as your third or fourth pick in this draft, not first or second.
Yeah.
Question. What is he, an X receiver? I mean, just looking at the way.
Once again, in this system, I think in this system, you can get away with a little bit of being an undersized guy if you can run like that.
Okay.
Right? When you get
how does he fit with JSN and with the guys that are already here?
Yeah, he's
going to be JSN and Cup. I guess what I'm asking is, are he, JSN, and Cooper Kupp just too similar?
Yeah, but I think Cooper at this stage, if Cooper Kupp were 3 years younger, then I get it. Then this would be a little problematic to me. I'm looking at many of these signings this year. DeMarcus Lawrence and Cooper Kupp is kind of 1 year. Yeah, I think they're still prime, near prime, can get a whole bunch out of those guys. But for 3 years, probably unlikely. And there'd be nobody better for any of these receivers you're going to draft this year, and to keep learning from Cooper Kupp as well. So he's an explosive sucker, Salk. And he is a tough sucker.
Good.
And when I compare him to some of these guys whose names I'm seeing in the first round, that maybe were those 5 stars and were those 4 stars and were 6'4" and 6'2" and have a little bit more of those boxes they check, and that's going to be first rounders, I don't get nearly as excited as I do about this kind of dude in the second and third round.
All right, there you go. That is today's profile from Brock today of Jaylin Noel. I don't know what's going on with some of these mock drafts, Brock. I keep looking at these. We're going to talk to Bruce Feldman coming up in 20 minutes or so, and he has another guy who's got the Seahawks going with McMillan at number 18, the wide receiver out of Arizona.
Mm-hmm. T-Mac.
That would be, again,
Mac
really
Daddy.
hard for me. Now, his is based on kind of what he's heard from people on the college football trail. So I'm excited and, intrigued to talk to Bruce about that at 8:30. We mentioned Chad Reuter, I think, a week or so ago from his last mock draft. He's got a new one.
Yep.
And in this one, he's got them going Emeka Ibuka at 18. Then Quinn Ewers, by the way, trading up for him in the second round, and then a cornerback with your other second-round pick.
Kid out of East Carolina, I believe, yeah.
If they go slot receiver, Quinn Ewers, cornerback, I would break my brain.
You
What
said
are you
his
gonna do with
last draft
Sylvie
would
on
make
set?
you vomit. What is
Salk,
this?
you're going to be on set with Sylvie when the first of that happens. Literally.
I don't know how if they draft a slot receiver at 18.
I think you should make a scene. I think honestly,
I think I would have to
fall back in your chair and knock yourself unconscious. Go viral. Just make a huge
Seattle radio host knocks himself out after seeing horrible
Seattle
draft
radio
pick.
host falls unconscious after draft pick on set.
It seems like if that was their draft, slot receiver Quinn Ewers, cornerback. I don't even know. And by the way, it's essentially a slot corner, right? He's a nickel.
I don't know about that kid. I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
The kid out of Texas, Barron, is the.
That's
is the
okay.
slot
Sorry, I might be
Yeah,
confusing.
yeah.
Regardless, please don't do that, John. I don't know whether you're listening. I don't know if you're at work yet.
John,
please don't do that in a couple of weeks up in Green Bay. All right, Bruce Feldman will join us in 20 minutes after everything you need to know next.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
The idea that there is no middle class of quarterbacks anymore. Is there one this year?
Every day at 7:45.
No second rounders. It's not a thing anymore because of the advantage of that rookie contract and having him for 5 years. Many have reached into that first round and take those guys. I do think it's going to be a little different this year. I would not mind seeing them take a middle round quarterback to push Sam Howell.
Blue 88 answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net.
The old throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
DayandNight.net.
Slow drains, backed up toilet, is your main drain or sewer clogged? Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining from a small fix to a major repair, our sewer and camera inspection will show exactly where the problem is. I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. Give us a call or visit
DayandNight.net.
I guarantee whether Day and Night is your first choice or your smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
If you have a drain that's slow or clogged, call Day and Night. Now you'll save $50 off any drain cleaning. Slow or clogged drains? You know where to go.
DayandNight.net.
The madness is still on at Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland to get you the best deals on your new ride. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory with the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff will assist you with a test drive and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
You think your home is pretty cool until that summer heat hits, and suddenly your home isn't that cool. In fact, it's hot. Air conditioning from Washington Energy Services can help. Stay cool this summer with our biggest spring savings event ever. This month only. Take up to $3,500 off an energy-efficient Bryant cooling system with exclusive Washington Energy rebates. Ensure your home is always the cool house with air conditioning from Washington Energy Services. Contact us today for a free estimate.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Certainly not a weekend anyone with the Mariners wanted, needed, hoped for at all. Extra innings lost Friday, routine loss Saturday, and then after you tied it up late yesterday, unfortunately, another loss of the walk-off variety.
And now the pitch to Flores, swinging a ground ball right side and through for a base hit. Here comes Matos running third. He will score, and it's going to be a walk-off single for Wilmer Flores, and the Giants win it this afternoon. A final score of 5-4.
Yeah, it was frustrating for sure. Brian Wu, good, not great. I mean, he was good. Unfortunately, gave up the 3-run shot to Mike Yastrzemski. Julio and Cal both homered, so that was positive. Randy Arozarena did come up with a huge hit in the 9th to score the tying run. But other than that, another frustrating day for the Mariner bats. Here's Dan Wilson.
We're, only, 10 games into this thing. We got a long way to go, no doubt about it. And it's just time to regroup and get back home. A couple of division opponents and take it from there.
9 for 68 with runners in scoring position in these first 10 games. You can point to a lot of different things, and I know you're going to get to the injury here in right field yesterday, unfortunately, as well, and the injury to George Kirby and some of the struggles in the bullpen. You're 9 for 68 with runners in scoring position. A little deeper dive on that, Salk. Jorge Polanco has 4 of those 9 hits. Jorge's 4 of 9. So if I do my math right, the rest of the group is 5 of 60 with runners in scoring position. Cal 0 for 10, Luke 0 for 9, Julio 0 for 9, JP 0 for 7. I mean, and those are some big moments, right? You talk all the time about it's not just the gross number of strikeouts. When are they? When are those strikeouts?
Mm-hmm.
When are the lack of production? Is it at times where you've set the table to do some damage, drawn a lot of walks, hit some home runs, but yeah, just the situational hitting continues, at least the first 10 games out, to be a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, that would be an 083 number, by the way, if you take Polanco out of that. Well, they will get back out on the field today at home as they're going to welcome in the two Texas teams. First Houston, then Texas. Logan Gilbert, you get your ace on the hill against Hayden Wisniewski tonight, 6:40. Houston's not been playing well either, so hopefully an opportunity to just turn this around. At least win 2 out of 3 against Houston, right? You win 2 out of 3, and instead of 3 and 7, all of a sudden you're 5 and 8.
Win a series.
You can start to have a little bit of momentum, win your first series of the year, and start to put yourself in a position.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Unfortunately, that's going to get even harder as you lost your leadoff hitter, right fielder Victor Robles yesterday, crashing into the fence in right field. Why is there a netting there? I asked this earlier. Why is there netting there? You're 350 feet from home plate. Mm-hmm. Why is there netting? And if there is netting, why is it so close to the field? There shouldn't really be any reason for him to crash into netting there.
Well, if there wasn't netting, he's flipping over that wall.
Okay, but then he knows there's a wall there and he has to, okay, fine. That's dangerous, but he probably, if there's not netting there, he probably doesn't make the catch because he knows he's going to hurt himself flipping over a wall.
Yeah.
I'm out on the netting, man. I don't think it should be so close. I do think it's dangerous. I'm not just saying that in reaction to what happened yesterday. I've always felt this, but that just really sealed the deal for me. And we don't know exactly what it is, but clearly his left shoulder was in bad shape.
Yeah, it looked like he something with his shoulder, and we'll find out more here as we go. But yeah, it was just a outstanding catch, outstanding play down there. We're hoping for the best.
Yeah, you can hope for the best, but it sure did not look like. I mean, it's pretty rare to see someone carted off with a shoulder injury. He couldn't walk. Mm-hmm. I mean, he couldn't do anything. He was in so much pain. Now, maybe they snap that thing back in, and okay, still going to take some time, right?
Mm-hmm.
You ever had a dislocated shoulder?
Separated shoulder was one of the most painful injuries I ever had.
So you think that's what this could be?
Could be. Got tackled, heard a pop. It was Arizona.
Was it your right or left shoulder?
Appreciate that. It was my throwing freaking arm.
So how long did that keep you out?
A few weeks.
No, that's it?
And then it hurt the rest of the...
I'm sure, but this isn't... At least this isn't his throwing shoulder. I mean, obviously,
Correct.
He would still need it to hit.
But he's got to swing. It feels, honestly, like someone's sticking a knife right into, your collarbone.
It seems like it would be incredibly painful for Victor. And now you start figuring, okay, well, what are you going to do? Because unfortunately, Jorge Polanco's having some knee issues as well. Those flared up, and he was out of the lineup the last 2 games. We've gone through this. I think Leo Rivas is probably the right call just because of the flexibility he gives. Maybe it's Samad Taylor. Maybe it's Tyler Locklear. Maybe it's Dominic Canzone. I mean, there's a bunch of other ways you can go. But I think one thing that's a little frustrating to me is when the rebuild started, part of the reason for it was, we've got the people at the major league level to kind of compete, which they did with Cano and Cruz and all those guys. But they felt like they didn't have the resources below them.
Well, they do. So they got more top 100 players according to Baseball America.
But none of them, other than Cole Young and Harry Ford, are ready to go, and even in AAA. None of the others are even in AA.
No.
So you've brought in some people in the last couple of years, but it is a little frustrating still that the top of the system doesn't have enough depth to be able to withstand some of the challenges that you're having right now.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Huskies win. That's the Yukon Huskies. They win the women's championship, Brock, for the 12th time. Paige Becker's a huge star and a big part of the reason why. She wasn't the MOP. That was Ozzie Fudd, who led the team yesterday in points, and congratulations to her. But Becker's was their leader, and here's what she had to say.
Yeah, if I could say one thing, it would be to stand firm in who you are. There's a lot of people who write you off. There's a lot of narratives that can be try to put you in a box, tell you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to be more like this player, you got to be more like that player. Stand firm in who you are. There's people that doubt you because they think you're doing it on your strength alone. We lean on God's strength here. And through God's power, for God's purposes, we're not doing this alone, and we have a village that we lean on, and just do it for the people who believe in you, and always stick to who you are.
Say this about Gino, 12th title now, man. He does it in such a classy way. Molly, and again, we were back there to watch UConn, and it was a bummer that we didn't get blown out in the second round by them, which probably would have happened. But think of like through his years and the number of different players and the pros, and the way that they treat, and even the fan base. You know, that was Molly's big takeaway too. Like they've had all this success, but they're not this obnoxious. Like there's a respect. Respect the game. Respect your peers. Respect your competitors. Respect Don Staley. Respect those that you beat. And yeah, there's going to be some pretty good books written about the way Gino's built a culture now for decade after decade with player after player after player.
Florida and Houston going to play tonight for the men's championship. Kraken, another blowout win. That's 2 in a row for them. They score 5 goals, 2 from McCann on Saturday. They'll be in L.A. tonight. Alex Ovechkin, officially the all-time goals leader. Brocky surpasses Wayne Gretzky. Just needs a little more than 1,200 points now to catch him in the points category. Those Gretzky numbers are insane. So
you're saying that is complete a player?
Well, no, it's more just about how insane Gretzky is than anything else. I mean, like, that's not a shot at Ovechkin. I mean, he's tremendous, and what he's done and scoring all those goals is incredible. That's everything you need to know. But I found myself looking at the points list. Yeah. So Gretzky's number 1 with almost 28.57. So points, remember, goals and assists combined.
Mm-hmm.
Gretzky has 1,963 assists. Number 2 on the points list is Jaromir Jagr with 1,921.
So that one will never be broken.
He has fewer points than Gretzky has assists.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
After that, it's like Messier, Gordie Howe, Ron Francis, of course, and then kind of goes from there. The only other active player in the top 20 is Sidney Crosby, who's at 1682. So he's just got also about 1,200 more points to go to catch Wayne Gretzky. Not going to happen. And I saw people pointing out that Gretzky has, the old goalies with the smaller pads and stuff like that. Yeah, but he also had a wooden stick. I mean, I don't know. Pretty impressive. Okay, Bruce Feldman. Brocky's another guy. We haven't really talked to anybody who has them. I guess we talked to Field Yates. But
are you going to give him the business?
No, I just want to know why. I'm not going to give him the business. I love Bruce, but I want to know why he thinks they're going to draft a receiver at 18. It's next. I'm Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Geno Smith signing a 2-year, $85.5 million extension with the Raiders.
Good for him, man. He took advantage of a great situation.
Would you have paid Geno that much?
Yeah, my number was around 40. Listen, you got younger, you got cheaper with Sam Darnold. The thing that you don't know is if he's going to be able to repeat that performance that he had last year.
If someone were to say Sam Darnold is going to give you Geno production at way less money, great.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Going to be a lot of rain this week, so if you are worried about your roof, call Riverside Roofing. They're offering $1,000 off a new roof replacement, which should be an incentive for every homeowner to book their roof replacement right now. It is a great time to do it. The days are getting much longer. Sunsets after 7 o'clock. The crews can get your roof done quick, just in time for the spring rains to keep your home dry and protected. Actually, I was on the phone with Dawn this weekend from Riverside because I'm having a little gutter issue, and they're going to come out this week and take care of it. No problem. They do gutters as well. But if you want to claim that $1,000 off from Riverside Roofing, book a free estimate right now at riversideroofingllc.com. You'll meet with Brandon, who I'm going to see this week. He's Dawn's son. And then just tell them that you heard the message here on this station, on this show, on this radio station. $1,000 back in your pocket and a brand new roof over your head. And ask about the 35 years of experience. Ask about the GAF Master Elite certification. Ask about the catch-all system, because that'll keep your yard, your driveway totally free of any debris like nails or shingles. Start this process at riversideroofingllc.com and go with the roofing company you can trust.
Baseball's back. It's time your yard stepped up to the plate. Synthetic Turf Northwest is Seattle's go-to for pro-quality turf. Perfect for backyard batting cages, putting greens, or just a mud-free play zone for the whole family. We install the best, we supply the best. And we're local-based in Woodinville with a new Fife location coming soon next to Sportco. Mention Seattle Sports and save up to $1,000 off your project. Visit syntheticturfnorthwest.com, where the grass is always greener.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it. Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Old windows cost you money and security. Lake Washington Windows and Doors installs energy-efficient, high-security windows that lower your bills and increase protection. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Choose LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
Right now, have ultra-efficient, clean technology windows installed and pay zero down with zero interest and zero payments for 18 months. Only from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. And they'll even pay your sales tax. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Announcing the Million Hour Volunteer Rally. G here, join me, Safeway and Albertsons, and donate your time and skills to support local food banks and host food drives or fundraisers. You can win free groceries for a year and a $5,000 donation to your favorite hunger relief agency. Visit Albertsons.com/volunteer to learn more. Find volunteer opportunities and log your hours. A million hours will help create food secure communities. Visit Albertsons.com/volunteer.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Collectors, Front Row Car Show is returning to Tacoma. Join us at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center on April 12th and 13th. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. SGC, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of bidders, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Greater Tacoma Convention Center, Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
A lot of different visions for what the Seahawks should do with 5 picks in the first 100 of this draft. The board is wide open for them in a lot of ways. On the other hand, there are still some pretty significant needs on this roster, and I would hope a direction for where they want to go with Mike Macdonald now that everybody's on the same page. So with all that as a background, Bruce Feldman of The Athletic put together his mock draft, late last week, and we're excited to have him join us now. Bruce, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. Good morning, guys.
How does Bruce Feldman go about putting his mock together? Do you put on the mock turtleneck? Do you study past mocks? Do you mock yourself in the mirror? How do you go about mocking the way you do, Bruce?
Well, I definitely don't do the turtleneck. But, Brock, my way about it is people I feel like who have the best perspective on these players are the guys who actually coached against them. They know, there's plenty of people who are really good at studying the draft and analyzing it and the prospects. But I think the ones who I feel like have a best feel for these guys are the ones who scouted them, game planned against them, and then saw however they, responded when they were trying to neutralize them as best they could. So really over the last couple months, I end up talking to as many college coaches who have faced these guys because they also have the same perspective. If you're an Ohio State offensive line coach or you're a Texas offensive line coach, you've seen probably like a half dozen of these first-round D linemen. So you can kind of compare and see how they're all a little different in different ways, and they're in different systems, but I think they do have a unique perspective, and that's really what I'm trying to bring to light when I do this.
All right, so love that, and obviously your insight and being around those guys is tremendous. How and why do you have the Seahawks going with a wide receiver, McMillan, at number 18?
I think he is too good for them to pass up. I think he's pretty rare. And you're talking about a guy with elite ball skills, and I think he can be a big weapon in that offense. Just to have him as late around, almost falling out of the top 20, I think is like he's too tough to pass up. Whereas for a lot of the offensive linemen, I'm not sure at that price there. Because once you get past, I feel like the first two offensive linemen, Mumbo and Will Campbell, I'm not sure, Gray's able. I think that's too high to probably take him. I think you can probably get a really good offensive lineman in the second round, maybe not that much different than where you are at almost out of the top 20.
I'm going to have a real problem, Brucey. I'm going to have a real problem if it's Teteroa McMillan, because I think I've been as hard on him the last few weeks as any prospect in the history of this radio show for 16 years. And sure enough, they would possibly do it. And then I'm going to be like, oh no, actually, I love him. We had him twice this year, Bruce, and both times, could see all of the body type and everything you mentioned with the traits and the volleyball player and the ball skills. But both times I'm like, man, he takes a lot of plays off. Does not come off the ball very hard, does not block very well, was neutralized in both the games that we had him, as the whole Arizona team was largely neutralized after Jed Fish has left there. What were the coaches who competed against him? What were some of those comments and feedback? Because just the two experiences I had, I was pretty let down in many ways.
Yeah, I get it. It's funny you said that because – that came up a little bit with a few guys, but one of them, and it's a defensive coordinator really, really well, who I trust his evaluation probably about as much as any college DC I talked to. And he said the thing with him is, he goes, he did not come off the field. You watch film, he's like, this kid is lazy. He goes, I think he was just trying to get a breather. He said his hands are as good as you'll ever see. He catches everything. And he said, I can't compare him to anyone hands-wise. And remember, he was spectacular when Jed Fish was there running the show. Last year, the wheels fell off the wagon in Tucson, right? Everybody knew where Noah Fafita, who's his best friend since he was, in 8th grade. Fafita's a 5'8", 5'9" quarterback. He was option 1, 2, and 3. So, I mean, again, this is a name everybody knows up there. Jed Fish, who spent a long time kicking around the NFL as an assistant and seen some great players, he told me he's the best athlete I've ever seen. That's a pretty big statement. That's not me saying this. This is a guy who has been, on so many good staffs and around so much elite talent. I could see, it's not to say there's no such thing as a can't miss when it comes to NFL players, but I think, and when it comes to the draft process, but I just think he's too good to pass up because I think the things he can do are pretty rare, actually.
Oh, man, that'd be hard. Brock doesn't like him as a prospect. I just would have so much problem with the Seahawks taking a wide receiver at number 18 after how quiet they were in the offensive line market here in free agency, just because they have such a significant need. This isn't, this isn't one of those draft for need, draft for best available. This is like, if they put, I don't care who's on the outside, if they roll out the same offensive line that they had last year, none of it matters. So you got to have a really good reason not to draft a lineman there. What is it about Zabel or anybody else who could be available at 18 that you think would be a turnoff for you there?
I just think it's a little high to grab Zabel. One of the coaches I spoke to who knows that program really well at NDSU, he was like, he's talented. He goes, but I don't think he's quite as good as Cody Mock, who was a guard with the Bucks, who came out of the same Missouri Valley Conference. Spencer Brown, he's now the Bills' starting offensive right tackle. He was like, I don't think he's as good as those guys. He's good. He's a good athlete. He goes, I think he's better than Trevor Penning, but Trevor Penning's been a huge disappointment as a first-round pick to the Saints. And so again, not to knock him, but I don't know. Is he a top 20 pick? He looked really good at the Senior Bowl, to his credit, and I think the other one that's interesting there, again, who I think is better than probably where I have him, is Kelvin Banks, who's the offensive tackle from Texas. Now, he did not look good against Georgia, and they played him twice. But earlier in his career, he went up against Will Anderson and Dallas Turner, who are obviously elite speed edge rushers, and Will Anderson's more than just a speed guy. And he held his own really well. I know he was dealing with an ankle injury a lot last year. Also, he was going through some stuff where his mom got really sick, and so I had heard from somebody I trust at the UT staff who said that was, weighing heavy on him. So I think Kelvin Banks is to me, he of the guys who I don't have in my top 20, I think of the offensive linemen, to me, he's the one guy I would say, again, do you need an interior guy or do you need an offensive tackle? That's another story. But I think Banks I would lean to over Zabel at this point. But again, Zabel did look really good at the Senior Bowl, and I think there's probably a lot to like because of his versatility.
The voice, he is Bruce Feldman from Fox Sports and The Athletic, and so connected in the NFL world, Salky, the college football world, the coaching world, which is so fun as he kind of puts that optics on this draft. And in that way, and in that vein, Bruce, Seattle Seahawks, Mike Macdonald, the way that he wants to build this thing, very much so in the Harbaugh image, the Baltimore Raven kind of image. We've already seen that he's played a strong role with John Schneider and personnel, both in season and out of season and everything else. If you were to take 2 or 3 guys, regardless of where they're drafted or their spot or anything in this draft, just take 2 or 3 guys on your little list there of like, wow, that's a Mike Macdonald kind of guy. Yeah, that's a Seattle Seahawk kind of guy. Yeah, that's a rugged, tough, physical. Yep, I could see them fitting in there. Who are 2 or 3 of those kind of prospects?
I think that the big safety out of South Carolina, Nick Imanwari, he's the freakiest athlete in the draft. He makes a ton of plays, 6'3". He gets compared a lot to a name that people will know there, Cam Chancellor. And coaches I talk to who know him and know also this name that I'm going to bring up because he was a big-time NFL player. And, that's Adrian Wilson, a 5-time Pro Bowler, very similar style. The defensive coordinator at South Carolina was a teammate of Adrian Wilson. It was like, that's who he's like. He's really just an explosive guy who is an eraser, high football IQ, really good at retaining information, made a lot of plays. I think he's somebody that would be an interesting one. Again, he'll be there, I think, at that spot. I just don't know if that's the biggest need for you, for that team. A couple other guys who kind of land in that. I mean, again, this would be a guy later in the draft. I know it's funny for Michigan fans probably here. It's like Jack Sawyer, I think, 3rd-round guy, defensive end. He's not going to test great. He's not an elite traits guy, but he's a really physical, tough football player. I think there's a bunch of guys coming out of Columbus this year that will end up as really good football players. Most of them I don't think will be top, first-round guys. I think they'll go somewhere between, 50 and 100, but they fit in that category. Donovan Jackson, really versatile, can play all along the line. He's really intelligent, pretty good athlete. They plugged him in at left tackle when Josh Simmons got hurt at midseason at Oregon. Played really well as the year went on. Faced a lot of really good, defensive guys. edge rushers. I feel like there's guys who fit in that. I feel like this, especially the maturity group out of Ohio State, I think there's a really good mix of guys that I could see Mike McDonald being very attracted to.
Who's the third best quarterback in this draft?
Yeah. I think it's Jackson Dart. I don't like it. Here's why. Look, Jackson Dart's really tough. He's a good athlete. He has a pretty live arm. I think Brock and I actually saw him in his last game against USC. They played UCLA. It was a rudderless team. They'd already fired the head coach. He was really young then. Then he transferred to Ole Miss. He had some turnover issues. He cleaned some of that up. Here's the part where I kind of wince, though. They were really talented, and they lost some games. They didn't make the playoff. They underachieved. They lost to a terrible Kentucky team at home. They lost to a pretty mediocre Florida team when they could have just, if they won the game, they're a playoff team. And they lost to not a great LSU team. And again, I don't put that all on him, but he's an experienced quarterback who had really good talent on his defense. They upgraded the offensive line. Some of those offensive linemen were guys Husky fans remember very well because they helped them get into the national title game the year before. And they just didn't get it done. Again, I don't want to put all of that on Jackson Dart. But if none of these quarterbacks, especially Shedeur or Jackson Dart, would be anywhere near the first round if they were in this draft last year, I don't think.
Mm-hmm. Why is the Alabama kid, Milroe, going to the NFL draft? Why is he going to sit in that green room for the NFL draft in 2 weeks and 3 days?
I don't know. I mean, him going to the draft, I can't understand this. If he ends up on a team where he can sit for 2 or 3 years in the NFL system, and everything I heard is he's a really diligent, hard worker. He's got a big, strong arm. It's just not very accurate. Can they clean that up? He's obviously an electrifying runner, but you feel like that's going to be a storyline for the first 2 days of the draft. Unless somebody told him, hey, we're going to take you late. I don't even know why they would have to take him because I don't think he would be like the 34th player. Mm-hmm. So I don't know what that process is like. You feel for him if he's going to be the one who just gets a ton of airtime and looks very sad. I mean, we've seen that story a bunch over the years, and usually it's of a guy who people thought was a top 15 pick. Nobody seems to think that about Jaylin.
Hey, you put together, this is kind of fun. So you do the mock draft here to kind of put a capper on all these college guys. Before the season, you do your freaks list, which has become a kind of a very read thing across all of college football and the college football fan bases of just the freakiest athletes heading into each season. How much, Bruce, do you go back and look at kind of what those strength coaches and what those people have provided for you and to you with the freaks list versus what the actuality is at the combine and all of this testing leading up to the draft?
Way more than I should admit. But that, I go back and I'm like, who do I trust? And listen, Penn State guys back up what they told me they have done. I go back whether it is Mike Gesicki or Saquon Barkley or Micah Parsons or Odafe who was Jason Owa back then, it's like clockwork. But even back to the point, there was a player, I don't know if he's a little younger than you, but not much, Margus Hunt, Brock.
Oh, yeah.
He was an Estonian shot putter from SMU.
Yes. That was the early years of the Brock and Salk show right there. Oh, yeah, big Margus.
There's no way this guy's doing these numbers. Go back and Wikipedia him. His number's almost identical to what they told me he was going to do. Now, there's a few schools who I'm like, yeah, they tell me stuff, and I'm like, maybe I'm going to be a little more skeptical. Seen it over times. But by and large, look, Tommy Millott, touchdown Tommy, Montana State quarterback, great FCS player, is somewhere like he might be the Tebow or he might be the Jalen Milroe of that company. He ran 4.39 and jumped 41 inches. Everything, like he was on the freaks list a year ago, number 70. He more than backed it up. One thing, I not to hijack the show for a second, Brock, you're referencing this without knowing it. Number 32, Las Vegas Raiders trading up with the Eagles to take Emeka Egbuka. about 4 years ago, Brock and I are, along with Joe Davis, I think Joe was with us at this point. Maybe it was not. But we're at Ohio State, and Brock asked these interesting, somewhat offbeat questions, maybe about an octagon in the UFC, whatever. And it was always like Brock, and I'm not just saying this because I'm doing it with him now. Like, Brock was an awesome teammate to be in his crew. But one of the questions he asked Ryan Day was, of all the guys here, who do you think most likely could be a football coach down the road? I'm paraphrasing. But it's like, that's savvy, that's smart, or whatever. And Ryan Day really thought about it for a while. And then he mentioned Abuka, who was a true freshman receiver at the time. And this might have been like only about a month into the season. And that stuck with me because obviously, you know, it wasn't like he wasn't a big recruit. But like everything I've heard from, and I know a bunch of guys who were on that Ohio State staff, especially last year, they raved about him. But I was like, I kind of referenced Brock's probing of Ryan Day for that.
That's pretty cool. Nice job, Brock.
I probe a little bit, Salk.
That's nice.
Sometimes
that's what you get paid for, is to ask good questions,
sometimes awkwardly
right?
so, but you know, you got to push the envelope.
Bruce, we're 15 minutes into this thing, and we've not yet asked you the most important question. And shame on both of us, mostly me, but shame on us. The Seahawks this year are going to do something they have not done in forever. We have been told publicly on the record by both the coach and the general manager and the offensive coordinator that they need a fullback. It has been years. It's maybe been a decade since they've had a real legitimate guy who plays fullback. The last fullback on this team, I think, Brock, was Will Tukuafu, right?
Derek Coleman.
No, Tukuafu was after that.
Oh, was he?
He was a defensive lineman who could kind of line up back there. Who should they draft to play fullback?
Man, good luck. I think it's at that point you're almost looking at a guy who's going to be an H-back, and I think that the options are really, really limited. You know, I don't feel like there's anything that's you're going to say, oh, we'll take somebody. And I remember there was an offensive lineman a few years ago who was definitely a freaks list guy. He was 6 feet, 280, and the 49ers took him and tried to turn him into one of those. I mean, it's just not you just don't see them hardly at all. You know, just thinking about it a little bit, I can't name anybody who would. I'm trying to remember. We did a Wisconsin-Alabama game week 3, but I don't know. Like, I would assume those guys are free agent guys. You know, same thing with Iowa. Can't come up with anybody. This is like, it's unfortunate, but
that's the nature of that position. It's the nature of that position. It's going to be exactly what you said. It's going to be one of these later round running backs.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is Brant Kesey? He was played at Utah, really good player. Brock saw a lot of him. He's a way undersized tight end. I don't know if he's the kind of blocker that you want there, though. You know, I mean, G. Scott, who's another guy Seattle people know, was like a undersized tight end who got moved from receiver. He's a pretty good athlete. But again, I don't know if that's what, you know, are you sitting there thinking that's Mike Allstott, or who was a great wrestler who was with the Chargers forever?
Who, Neal?
Lorenzo Neal.
Yeah.
I don't know if you see if those guys are that. That's the problem with taking a good receiving tight end who's more of an H-back, but you know, so I don't know.
I'm looking at G. Scott Sr. right now. He's literally right outside the window of this studio.
G. Scott Sr. could be a fullback. I think in his day.
He's got a fullback build, much more so than Junior does. Junior's a little tall.
He tested well.
Oh, my gosh, did he ever? You think
Yeah.
he's going to get drafted? Just out of a personal question, this has nothing to do with the Seahawks, but you think after that he'd get drafted?
It's possible. Look, I mean, one thing we know about people who come, guys who catch passes at Ohio State, how many guys do not pan out? They play somewhere. Because I feel like if you're getting on the field at Ohio State as a receiver, even as a tight end, you've got to come through 18 guys who are all probably pretty good. And if they went someplace else, they'd play. Like I said, he tested well. I'm sure he'll be in camps. I just don't know how far, that all it comes down to then is like need of where guys fit.
Hey, last minute here, Bruce. I was out at Husky practice on Saturday. I'm going to kind of download my takeaways here with the audience in about 10 minutes or so. I know you're close to Jed. I know you're close. You got your ear to all of college football all season long, all off season long. What are you hearing on DeMond? I got to see him in person. You hearing a little scuttlebutt on the young quarterback and some of what Jed thinks of his upside?
Yeah, they're really excited about him. I mean, he's really dynamic. He throws it well. I talked to a buddy I have on staff there, not Jed, a couple of weeks ago, and very excited about him. I think, the only thing he doesn't have is he's not 6'3", but now obviously it's, here are 2025, and we see a lot of quarterbacks who aren't more than 6 feet. So, and he's also, what's interesting is, I remember watching game film that Jed was doing with the quarterback last year, who came in from Mississippi State, who'd thrown for, 1 million yards in the SEC. Mm-hmm. And we were watching Noah Fifita play. And I think Jed's own experience of having now, I think this kid's bigger than Fifita, and he's a more dynamic athlete. And so it's going to be interesting to see how it works. But Jed's really good with quarterbacks. He's a really good offensive coach. You could see it, what he did at everywhere he's been. And then, like we were talking about 10 minutes ago, how bad was Arizona? I'm not saying it wasn't there was a lot of the same players. It wasn't like T-Mac left. It wasn't like Fifita left. I mean, Jonah Coleman left. But for the most part, that program fell apart, and Jed had it humming pretty good. I mean, when they ended the regular season and they won the bowl game, they were a dangerous, dangerous team. Mm-hmm. And I think, everything you hear about this kid's talent and intangibles, and there's a bunch of guys in there that obviously, I feel like Jed would adopt Jonah Coleman. It's like he's so, that bond is so tight. But there's a really dynamic freshman running back that they got who was committed to Arizona, obviously followed them there. I feel like there's pieces, and it was, now it's like, what's the next step? Are they an 8-win team this year? Can they do more than that? I don't know. I mean, I think you're not smart. You're being foolish if you doubt Jed, because he proved what he did at Arizona, and I think that would get me optimistic if I was a Husky fan.
Bruce, thank you as always. Thanks for coming by and giving us so much of your time this morning. People can read the mock draft at The Athletic, and you can always follow Bruce everywhere that you follow Bruce. Thank you. We appreciate it, and we will talk soon.
Always a pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, there you go. The great Bruce Feldman. Brock, you mentioned Damon Williams and everything you saw out at Husky spring practice this weekend. I want some observations. I want to know where it's leading next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
We are excited to announce the Cal Raleigh Show will air every Thursday during the Mariners season at 5 p.m.
I think he could be one of the most beloved characters in Seattle sports history.
He's a huge fan favorite, and on the heels of him signing this deal and showing his commitment to this city and to this organization, I think it's a big deal to have him on every single week.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Windows are our home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
From groceries to home prices, the cost of living in Washington state keeps going up. Now, Olympia politicians are proposing the largest tax increases in state history. Don't be fooled. If taxes go up, we'll all pay even more. Washington needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Tell the politicians no by visiting www.affordablewashington.org. Paid for by the people for an affordable Washington. Top 5 contributors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Amazon.
Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing, and they have got the perfect slogan. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset, and I witnessed this firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and again when I had him do work on my roof. Now this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing, because you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, dream engagement rings are our specialty. We have the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds, hand-picked in every price range, ready to compare side by side. Shop online at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call West Coast Men's Health at 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net.
You got a pipe with a leak, water's reaching its peak.
DayandNight.net.
Your old water heater, she's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
The throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
DayandNight.net.
Have a clogged drain, water heater issue, or plumbing repair, and wish you could get a second opinion? Maybe it's sticker shock, or you'd like to know your options. Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't feel trapped. Do the smart thing and get a second opinion. Day and Night will provide you with a fair and honest quote, explain all your options, and help you with the right solution. Give us a call or visit dayandnight.net. I guarantee you, whether Day and Night is your first choice or smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
DayandNight.net.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, final hour here, Brock and Salk show. We'll get back to some baseball talk in 30 minutes. I say that, I don't know if that's like going to be a reason for people to tune back in, but
you don't want to have Gino talk there?
No, I want to talk a little bit more about this past week. There's just a couple of last things that I'd like to come back to, and just some of the self-inflicted wound issues that are really kind of bothering me. Again, I've said this before, and we'll do it at 9:30. I don't want to get too deep into it, but hitting is hard, especially in big situations. Don't make it harder. Don't make the game harder by making mistakes that give the other team better opportunities to have success. And I think that's some of the challenge I've had here with these first 10 games for the Mariners. Not so much the batting average, some of these other things that have been, business as usual, unfortunately, but some of the self-inflicted wounds. We'll get back to that at 9:30. Brock, let's turn to happier, more optimistic times and thoughts as today. I said this earlier. It could be a difficult day for a lot of people. I'm not judging people's politics, but for a lot of people looking at the stock market today is scary. And totally understand that. So let's be optimistic. Let's be happy for a few minutes.
You want optimistic?
I want. If there's ever
give me that
UW
fight song. Give me the UW fight song.
If there's ever something that will make people optimistic, it's to let Brock predict what the future will be for the UW Huskies.
As I walked out into Husky Stadium on Saturday, it was one of those glorious days. The sun was out. Yes. Had some of my Husky gear on. So I didn't realize it was a coach's clinic. April 4th and 5th, the Husky Coaches Clinic. So all sorts of high school coaches out there. The sun was shining, as we all know, Saturday, one of those glorious 68-degree days. Walk out onto the field, and a few things. Thank you. That's good. I'm good on the
That's good. We're good.
5 different. Yeah, that's awesome.
All
I
right.
appreciate it. Thank you, Maura. 5 different takeaways.
Okay.
I mentioned Damon Williams and Blue 88. You just heard Bruce Feldman. You just can't help it. All eyes, no matter what kind of football fan you are, just always turn to the quarterback. And, this young whippersnapper, highly thought of, coming out of Arizona, Basha High School, big powerhouse, a couple years ago, committed to Arizona because of Jed, followed Jed up here. We saw flashes of his greatness last season. And, he looked like a freshman. When I watched him practice last year, he looked like a freshman. Doesn't look like a freshman anymore. Looks like just, the very clear-cut leader. When he makes plays, when he makes throws, the whole kind of practice stops. When he starts to run with the ball or he gets out in the boot and play action game, sprint out game, he's phenomenal. So I kind of, spent a bunch of time with him, and it was neat for me to meet his parents. Got to meet his mom and dad. They were there on the sidelines and talk about college athletics, talk about this journey ahead, the ups and downs, the experience down in Eugene, Oregon, which wasn't terribly pleasant at the end of the year, all that good stuff. But just a mature kid, and no question, going to be the face of the program for the following years. Because it was a coach's clinic, and it wasn't just the high school coaches in state, Salk, Jed brings in other coaches. And I get to see Sean McVay. I get to see Mike Shanahan, right? When you talk about Jed Fish, as Bruce Feldman just, alluded to, you don't talk about Jed Fish, just the college coach. You talk about the connections that Jed has at the next level. And it starts at the very, very top with Mike Shanahan. Very white hair, by the way. From a distance, I'm like, who is that very white-haired man? Oh, it's Mike Shanahan out there. And so he was a part of the clinic. Sean McVay, part of the clinic, asking the high school coaches, how was it? And they were like, it was awesome. I mean, just high energy, just guys that love ball. And I went up to, and that would be point number 2. Takeaway number 3 is I went up to McVay. And I had met him during the 2020 season when I did 2 or 3 of the Rams games and everything else. And I said, how about this place? And, when you hear it from a Sean McVay, you hear it from a Mike Shanahan, you hear it from people that don't get to be in Husky Stadium very often on a day like that. It truly is one of the most beautiful places in all of college football, in all the NFL. I mean, it is the remodel they did. When you sit in there on a day like that, you're just reminded that there are not many places on this planet as beautiful. When they say it's the greatest setting in college football, on an afternoon like that, there's not many places that can, put its best face forward, Salk, and stand peer to peer with that venue, that place, that beauty. And it was on full display, man, on Saturday. Just a picture postcard kind of day. And then that brings me to takeaway number 4.
Mm-hmm.
You know who else was out there watching ball? And Titus tweeted a picture of him and this former Seahawk player, Bobby Wagner. Bobby was just out there watching ball.
What's he doing?
And I said, exactly that. I said, what are you doing? He's like, this is home. I'm like, oh, Seattle's home? He's like, oh, Seattle is more than home. Yeah, I love this. This is my place, man.
Good.
This is
awesome.
My people. So I'm sure.
How was Bobby? He talking all about the year he just had? You asked him at all about his new quarterback?
Yep. I didn't ask him about the quarterback, but just so proud of what's it been, 14 years?
Yeah.
And he just keeps doing it and just keeps achieving. And when you see Bobby in person, and this isn't just me like body image guy, even Titus was like, Dad, look at his calves. I'm like, yeah, he's not a normal human, Ty.
No.
You know, and when you see kind of 6'6", 190 gangly Titus, and he takes a picture of Bobby Wagner, like 6'1", 250, you see how he just blows right through the sternum. He's just built like an attack dog. Like, yep, that dude can still do it and still hit you and and still absolutely looks the part, and just really neat that this is his home and he's going to make home here. I think in the line of the Edgars and those that just fall in love, Sean Kemp, that just fall in love with this place and are never going to leave it. And then lastly, of all the positive, and, you know, the old line that looks a little bigger and has moved some weight around in the right ways and added a couple additions, receivers that can run, Jonah Coleman, that's an absolute stud, your tight ends that are deep and return a bunch of guys, corners, safeties, linebacker, awesome. Check the box, 8-9 win team for sure. That defensive line, work in progress.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it just is. And you see the commitment of the team down the road with the Seahawks, who just load up because they know the supply chain of difference-making Leonard Williams, Byron Murphy's, you know, Boye Moffitt, they're just not there. They're just not that kind of body type, right? You got a lot of other guys in a lot of those other positions. But you go to Ohio State, you go to Michigan, you go to Texas, you go to LSU, you go to the top tier, you know, playoff teams. You know what they have, Salk? Defensive linemen. Defensive linemen that look the part, that look like NFL guys. That is going to be the group, I think, in the portal, especially when that opens after spring or the next time it opens. That has got to be one of the biggest areas of focus, that they still need difference makers there.
Great stuff. All right, that's Brock's story from Montlake this weekend as he was out for spring practice. Husky fans, lots of reasons for hope ahead. Coming up next, Brock will give you everything you need to know, including our friend Albert Breer's brand new, just released story on Geno Smith. It tells the story of what happened last year, why he left, and the very unlikely sounding board he found to complain to. You'll hear who that is next.
When you're on the pitch clock and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
Dan Wilson's the new skipper.
This is a window. This is a time where we can get it done, and that's the hope. That's the vision for this club.
Find us on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
Holy smokes!
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Mariners.
Well, on this Monday morning, I know there is immense frustration in the financial world out there, and everything that's going on in these markets has just been so topsy-turvy, and where it's going, really nobody knows. So what can you control? I also know that there are some of you out there that are looking at your insurance and going, this is just crazy. I mean, my premiums are through the roof. I don't even know what I have covered. Then you need to do what Molly and I did and take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. It's a couple years ago, we heard so many of these First Mark Challenge victories, and we said, why don't we do this? Why don't we take this challenge? Totally free. And boy, am I glad we did. It's not only saved us a lot of money, it's given us a peace of mind of knowing exactly how and what we have covered. Here's how they work. And then First Mark goes to work for you. The way they did for us, my parents, my friends, they analyze current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, unlike you and me, they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they've worked with to find you the best fit. That's it. There's no stress. There's no confusion. They're your teammate. And they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families successfully manage this complicated world of insurance. So don't wait a morning longer. Take the First Mark Challenge. As I mentioned, it's totally free, and you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory that I get to call. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. It's all right there. Firstmarkinsurance.com, your teammate that goes to work for you.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. Honey! What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
We meet by accident, fixing
been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the New Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced New Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the New Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your New Skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the New Skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cybersecurity must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and security edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, new article out this morning from our friend Albert Breer, Monday Morning Quarterback, and it's based off of a long interview he did with Geno Smith. Talks about how the negotiations went. Here's the quote from Geno. Just based on that conversation, I kind of knew the direction the team was going. Bert says it wasn't a bad talk. There was nothing sinister, yet Smith's big takeaway was that Seattle wanted to lean into the young core it had built, partly with the capital that came back from the Russell Wilson trade of 22, and part as a result of the discussion. Smith went into 2024 knowing that in 25 he'd be looking to the Seahawks for a recommitment. Beyond just the money, he'd want them to show him that they saw him as their starter for the foreseeable future. Clearly, they didn't necessarily do that. Here's another one, though. As he was frustrated last year, he knew he needed to vent a little, and he found an unlikely sounding board over the course of the season. Pete Carroll. I would call him whenever I got frustrated, Smith says. He talked me through things, and he still coached me, and I think that's what makes him such a special man. is that he was coaching me even when he wasn't my head coach.
And here we thought that whole thing about Pete being a consultant that Jody talked about working for the organization, here we thought that didn't exist, and sure enough it did. There was Pete being the good soldier for the Seahawks, giving the zen to Gino to calm down, everything's going to be okay.
You think that's how it was going?
Yes. Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I believe that. I do know that now Pete and Gino are together in Las Vegas. Neither of them are here anymore. So I think very interesting comments from Geno Smith, and we'll hopefully talk to Bert later this week. But yeah, I mean, good. I'm glad. I'm glad at the end of the day that this is all about the Seahawks not committing to Geno. Good. They shouldn't commit to him, and I'm glad that's the thing that ended this, not something else.
Yeah, and just, I mean, it's the nature of hard-headed guys, stubborn guys, competitive guys. Geno's gotten to that point because of all of those things. And, realizing that in Geno's mind, I'm not 34. Don't tell me I'm going to be 35. Age is just a number. Don't tell me any of that. But we know from a team perspective and from Father Time that it absolutely is a part of it. And it's always about respect, man. That big respect word. Just never felt like, Geno never felt like John and the organization gave him the respect that
it is a fascinating legal. They talk about legal tampering in the NFL. That's like the best example of it ever. I mean, Pete's technically employed by the Seahawks during that time, so he can talk to Geno all he wants.
Yes.
Even if he wasn't, he's not like he coaches somewhere else, but then he becomes head coach somewhere else. He's been talking to Geno the whole time.
Sure.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Brutal weekend for the Mariners. You know that already. You know how the games went. They were rough, to say the least, as they get swept in San Francisco. Brock, you mentioned the runners in scoring position. It's an ugly stat. Dan Wilson knows they've got to get better.
Those are tough situations to hit, and I know it's coming, and it's going to be there. But just unable to convert tonight a couple of times, but. That's baseball sometimes, and we'll be back tomorrow and ready to roll.
How ugly, you ask, in these first 10 games out the gate? How ugly? Well, we know the overall numbers. They're worst in all of baseball, but hitting $132. Your difference makers, some of your stars, some of your players that you were relying on: Cal Raleigh, Julio Rodriguez, J.P. Crawford, Randy Arozarena, Luke Raley. 1 for 46.
Yeah. Is that not enough?
One, and I think that was Randy yesterday getting the hit late. Was Cal was someone in scoring position when?
Yes.
So that was yesterday to tie the game. That was the first hit from those 5 guys with runners in scoring position all season long. A combined 1 for 46. You're not going to win many games.
No, you are certainly not. They get Houston tonight with Logan Gilbert, their ace, back on the mound against Hayden Wesneski. 6:40 first pitch.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yeah, unfortunately, it also comes with the loss of Victor Robles, who made a sensational catch in the bottom of the ninth that unfortunately ended in disaster, as he really seemed to injure his left shoulder, his non-throwing shoulder. I don't know how long he's going to be out, but you got to imagine he's going to miss some significant time. Also, at the same time, you've got an issue with Jorge Polanco's knee, who could have seen it coming, as he was not able to go the last couple of days, as they're trying to give him a little bit of a break, even though he had just had 3 days off coming off of the paternity list. So, yeah, it's not a great situation. I don't know exactly what they're going to do in terms of who they bring up, and because they don't really have one good natural way of dealing with both of those problems. I would think that it would be Leo Rivas because of the flexibility it would give you to play Dylan Moore and or Masterboni in the outfield in addition to Luke Raley. But, I mean, it could be Dominic Canzone. It could be Tyler Locklear. A couple of ways I guess they could go with it.
And it does, unfortunately, show some of the roster construction challenges. That when a Rowdy Tellez and a Mitch Garver and some of these guys are on the roster of, how are we going to fit this, or the handedness of them? Yeah, Rivas is a switch hitter and a, pretty dependable guy in that infield. I would imagine that he would be the call-up.
I would think so.
Through this.
The one guy that I'm not, the only thing I won't, there's a lot to complain about with the roster construction. I can't get mad about the Garver thing. He's your backup catcher.
Yeah.
That one's not really fair. He's not supposed to be flexible. He's not supposed to offer positional flexibility. Last year, that was a fair argument. This year, he is their backup catcher. I mean, every team has one of those. You can't play without it. Everything else, yeah, I think those are some very, very fair questions to ask. Congrats to Gino Auriemma, Paige Beckers, everybody else associated with the UConn Husky women's team as they win their 12th championship. Ozzie Fudd, the most outstanding player. Brock, you win the bracket? Are you number one in America?
Bro, I'm in the top 10,000 in America.
How many out of how many?
Oh, I think out of tens of millions.
Really?
Yes, I was 99.7%.
It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I had 14 of the 16 Sweet 16 teams, and then all 8, all 4, all 2 picked the winner. It was insane.
Nice work.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, you're a superstar.
Thanks.
Get any competitive juices on that one?
No,
none at all. All right, that's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock
And
and
you know what
Salk
else
Show.
it is, Salk? It's Masters Week.
It is.
I mean, are you ready for the azaleas to be in full bloom?
I think I'm pretty ready. Yeah, I feel
for the par
reasonably
3 event
ready.
on Wednesday. You ready to hunker down and watch some?
You got an early Masters pick?
Oh, I think that just Cyborg Aberg or whatever.
That's exactly
Aberg or
who I've been
whatever it
thinking
is.
about.
Is it really?
Yeah, Luis Aberg. He just now he hasn't necessarily been playing his absolute very best, but I'll tell you, you know who played pretty well this weekend, who's like the perfect person to win the Masters, is Brian Harmon. Lefty, right?
When I went to the Masters in 21, I walked right next to
Oh, yeah,
that
he's
guy.
teeny.
Oh, he's almost, well, never mind. My filter went up. A little person. He's almost a little person.
He's very small.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he can hit the ball dead straight. He's got a decent short game.
Be more than 24 inches. He's like a long torsoed little person. It's unbelievable. And he can hit the ball so accurately.
And
straight.
lefties have usually have pretty good,
gosh.
pretty good luck there, right?
Yes.
Bubba and Phil and everyone else. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
I like it. We finally get to see DeChambeau and Phil and
Yeah.
some of the live guys, right?
Yeah.
Get finally back in the mix in some of these majors.
It is always
so
nice
it'll be fun.
when that
Yeah.
starts to happen again. All right. Coming up, Lyle learns culture in 20 minutes. He listened to another album. We'll see what he thought as he went back to the early 90s. Before that, though, I just, whatever. We'll deal with it next. It's Brock and Salk. I'm going to try to keep my cool. I'm going to keep my cool, Brock. It's going to be fun. You're going to enjoy it. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Good try.
4th down territory. Going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Which Seahawks offensive lineman will have the biggest jump in 2025?
I think it's going to be Chris Haynes. The more I watch this film, the more I understand the offense, I think that this fits him. I think everyone's going to improve. I think Man's going to improve, Gerald's going to improve. But the way he plays the game now fits this type of offense. If Kubiak were here last year, Chris Haynes would have gotten more opportunity.
4th down territory. Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and certainly now is a good time as any before the summer to make sure you lose the weight so that you can have the summer you've always wanted by looking and feeling your very best. It's not just me. Yes, I lost 35 pounds in just 6 weeks, but you could talk to Ryan Rowland Smith. He's lost 30, and he looks incredible. Former pro athlete, working out, right? Used to be his whole life, and then, you stop doing that every day, and you just can't outwork a bad diet. So Ryan learned how to eat the right way to keep that weight off forever. Congratulations to the hyphen. And for anybody else who wants to join me and Ryan, you can do this as well. It just starts with a 15-minute phone consultation. You should schedule one now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Join me, join Ryan, join thousands around our region. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here from my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, You'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code GROW. Swishradio.com, code GROW.
Are insurance companies taking you for a ride? Literally? Don't let them destroy your financial future. If you've been in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is your weapon against greedy insurers. They don't care about you, but Just Cause Legal does. Time is running out. Get the compensation you deserve. Call 253-859-8899 now or visit justcauselegal.com. Don't wait until it's too late. Take back control and fight for what's yours. Meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal, fighting for you.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nellie on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on seattlesports.com.
You think your home is pretty cool until that summer heat hits, and suddenly your home isn't that cool. In fact, it's hot. Air conditioning from Washington Energy Services can help. Stay cool this summer with our biggest spring savings event ever. This month only, take up to $3,500 off an energy-efficient Bryant cooling system with exclusive Washington Energy rebates. Ensure your home is always the cool house with air conditioning from Washington Energy Services. Contact us today for a free estimate.
It's our 23rd anniversary, and we're celebrating by giving you the chance to become a millionaire. That's right, a chance at $1 million. Join us on this road to riches every Saturday in April with 2 winners drawn every hour from 4 to 9 p.m. But the fun doesn't stop there. At 10 p.m. on the 26th, we're giving away a 2025 Mercedes-Benz worth $50,000. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk
Weekdays 6 to 10.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Do you know where you were, Brock, 16 years ago yesterday?
16 years ago yesterday, I do remember we were in a little studio down the hallway at that point, and let's see, Mike had been on in the morning. Colin Cowherd had followed them, and then you and I came on, and it was during March Madness, and we had the great Hall of Famer Dickie Vitale, who had sucked on about 18 cough drops because his vocal cords were shot, but he was kind enough to jump aboard with the new radio station out in Seattle, 710 ESPN. Yes. I do remember exactly where we were.
Yeah, it was yesterday. I'm sorry, we weren't on the air yesterday, so I couldn't do the spiel yesterday that I do almost every year. But it is now 16 years since we launched this station. I don't know how many times I've told the story, but I'll tell it very quickly once again. And for whatever reason, it feels relevant, maybe more than ever today. But 2008, the Seahawks went 5-11. Holmgren left. The Mariners became the first team in history to spend $100 million to lose 100 games. The Huskies went 0-12. The Cougs went 2-10, beating the Huskies in some directional school. And the Sonics left, and the economy crashed. So, yeah, it was not a great year. We decided we should start a new sports station here in Seattle.
Buy low.
Buy low.
Buy low.
Well, it almost didn't work. There was definitely a moment about a year in that there was some very significant talk that we were thankfully not a part of and didn't know about at the time about shuttering the radio station and saying, hey, this just didn't work. Let's tear it down, go back to news, simulcast both things here on 710 and just kind of move on. And thankfully, some people like Dave Pridemore, Carl Gardner, and others stood up and said, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to fight for this station. We think it's got potential. We believe in it. And huge thanks to two great people there and everyone else who has worked to help lead this station over the years. Owen Murphy, Brian Long, Kyle Brown, Kathy Cangiano. I mentioned Pridemore, Ryan Hatch. I mean, like, there have been a lot of people who've played a really big role. Most of those names you guys don't know, but they deserve a tremendous amount of kudos for the fact that here we are 16 years later, and we're still going strong. We got 7 or 8 people that listen most days, and we appreciate them. We have not been a constant on the air during those 16 years, you and I. We took a year off when I went to Boston. We took a couple years off when you didn't want to do it anymore for a little while and had other things going on.
I don't think it was a couple years, was it?
I think it was. We only did the podcast.
It wasn't a couple
2 years?
Maybe 18 months.
All right.
Like
well, whatever it was. Regardless, we are all back together still here, 18 or 16 years later, rather. And I will just say a huge thank you to every one of the listeners, anyone who listens to us on the radio, listens to us on the website, the app, wherever. Everyone who watches us on YouTube or on the website or however you like to watch us, everyone who follows us on social media. Huge thank you. Seriously, it's amazing that you guys have kept us going all these years, and thank you for allowing us to live out our dreams.
Oh, a couple shout outs then. I haven't done a shout out in a while.
You want to do one?
I'll do a couple shout outs. I'll do a shout out to the Squim assistant coach who I took a picture with on Saturday at Husky Stadium.
Okay.
Big listener, wonderful guy. And then I'll give a shout out to the McDonald's drive through yesterday in Port Orchard. As I was leaving, Titus and I were leaving, and not only did Titus eat 4.5 Dick's Deluxe, he decided to eat 2 sausage McGriddles and 3 hash browns. Yeah, yesterday morning, easily.
Like the next day.
The next day.
Okay.
The next morning. He's like,
can we get his cholesterol checked?
He's like, I'm starving. I'm like, bro, not only yesterday's consumption and dinner with the clams and the salad and the halibut and the salmon and the broth and like all of it. You're still hungry? Yeah, 2 McGriddles and 3 hash browns and $18.76 later. Yeah, he had, but the drive-through fella at the McDonald's in Port Orchard, big listener.
Nice.
So shout out to all.
Well,
all of those.
thanks
You're
to all of
absolutely
you,
right.
and then thanks to everyone else who's helped make this show work over the years, from Colin Paisley and Tom Wassel and Boy Howdy and Kyle and Maura and Lyle and Justin and Lydia and Andy Bunker. And
You're already adding Lyle to that? After
he's helping make the show work, don't you think?
6 months in, you're already giving him a little.
Well, thank you to everyone, because it's really nice.
Not till a year. You're still a rookie till a year.
Stop it. Don't be mean. Not today. Today's a day to be
right
nice.
now.
He'll walk out right before we talk about the Mariner weekend.
No, I won't.
Last person I'll just give a quick shout out to is my partner, Brock Heward. Thank you, Brock, for making these last 16 years truly an unbelievable ride. It's very appreciated. I love that we get an opportunity to talk to each other almost every day. It's awesome. During those days where either I was in Boston or we weren't doing the show, it felt like all we wanted to do was call each other and talk about sports anyway. So it's awesome that we get to do what we call "quote unquote" work for 4 hours
and
together every morning.
Pretty special. And then to come to your house and see Avery and Cecily and Titus. None of them were around when we started 16 years ago.
Isn't that weird?
It's so weird.
Yeah.
And to see Avery growing up and so, like, oh my gosh, is this really? Man, we're getting old.
We are getting old.
But we love what we
doubt.
do. And we were telling the kids about that. You know, when you find something that you love to do, it really is not work. And we love to do this.
Yeah. I can't believe we're going to get to go to the first of the the Heward weddings coming up here in just a couple of months. Pretty cool. All right. Well, anyway, I don't want to spend all day on that, but thank you for giving me 5 minutes to be a little cheesy because it is pretty cool. We weren't supposed to make it this long, and the fact that we've been here for 16 years is a great point of personal pride and excitement. So thank you all for listening. We really do appreciate you. Just to get back to this weekend, I'm only going to spend a few minutes on it. Part of the reason I wanted to spend 5, 6, 7 minutes talking about our anniversary is to avoid spending 15 minutes here talking about the Mariner weekend. Look, we all saw it. We all know it. We all know the problems. I'm not going to sit here and rant and rave for the next 8 minutes about their offense. We all know the problems with the offense. I am frustrated by the things that they say they want to be better at that they're not. You say you want to be better at situational hitting, but you're dead last in situational hitting. That bothers me, right? You say you want to find other ways to score runs, but half of your runs through the first 10 games come through the home run. That frustrates me, right? I mean, like, those things are really going to bug me.
These kind of points of emphasis, areas of focus, right? When on a radio show, believe it or not, we have monthly meetings and, kind of talk about points of emphasis of staying on the clock and teasing and just doing some of the mechanics, some of the fundamentals that you got to do. Like, enjoy the people you work with, have fun and what you do, points of emphasis. And every job has them. And, the Mariners have made a point of emphasis and certainly did with Dan and Edgar and Seitz. And, hey, these are things we're going to do. We're going to focus on. We're going to spend the offseason communicating about it. We're going to spend a month and a half in the desert making sure we kind of get ready to go. And let's look different. Let's play different. Let's take the final 5 weeks of last year and try to carry that over here into 2025. And 10 games out, it is just unfortunately not happening.
It is not. And one of the frustrating or difficult things I was finding during that spring training, and we kind of talked about it, was this kind of two different paths that were being talked about at the same time. On one hand, it was 162 battles and every game counts, and we're going to come into this season hot, and that matters. And we played the Bryce Miller sound, right, where he said he was getting really frustrated, right, by here's a little bit of Bryce. I won't play the whole thing.
It's something that has kind of bothered me the last couple of years, just coming out and, having just using that excuse like it's early. Like, that's why we lost today. Like, that shouldn't be an excuse. One of the teams is going to win. Like,
he goes on from there, but you get the idea, right? It was, hey, no more it's early. It's 162 battles, and that's the mantra. And then at the same time, it was, hey, we're dialing everything down. We're not going to be quite as, not quite as intense, and not every moment is going to be scripted and scheduled and all of that. And that's fine. But for me, these words were not said, but it had me worried. Like, well, do you lose some of the positive intensity? Do you lose some of the concentration and focus and all the other things that tend to come with maybe some of that overscheduling? And so I was waiting to see what all that would look like in a year where, quite frankly, yes, the start was going to matter a little bit more because of a new system, a new manager, the frustration that was potentially out there from the offseason, not doing a whole lot.
American League West, it is a little bit deeper than it's been. An A's team that's not a doormat, an Angels team that's spent a little bit, a Rangers team that's getting healthy and some reinforcements.
There are some real eyes on the first couple weeks of this season. So when 10 games in, you go 3-7, I do think it's a little bit more meaningful. But even beyond any of that, I think one of the things that's driven me kind of most crazy or makes me ask the most questions are the self-inflicted wounds. Look, I get it. Hitting's hard. Do I think it's acceptable to be last in runners in scoring position? No, of course not. Do I want them to hit better than 220 or whatever it is? Yes, of course I do. But I do at least understand that hitting is hard. That's not a self-inflicted wound. That's getting beat by the pitcher. They're also making self-inflicted wounds. And we talked about some of them last week, right? The throws, the errant throws, and decisions made to make those throws that led to extra run scoring that helped cost you a game. Fine. But we talked also last week about the decision to send down Emerson Hancock after his bad start rather than Taylor Saucedo, and then to call up Luis Castillo, and then to have Castillo start the first game of the
Castillo, yes. Get it right.
Then to have him start the first game of that series in San Francisco when that was Bryce Miller's regular turn on regular rest. I'm sorry, I go through all of that, and that's a self-inflicted wound. You could have just sent down Saucedo after the Emerson Hancock start and started Saucedo the next time if you'd wanted, and started Hancock the next time through. I don't know if it would have worked, but at least it would have been 6 days later, and you could have had the same reinforcement called up just to replace Saucedo, who has options. As it is, you have to send him down a few days later anyway. Then you call up Luis F. Castillo, and do you start him on regular rest for the other guys? No. On normal rest would have been Bryce Miller Friday, Brian Wu Saturday, and then you would have started Luis F. Castillo yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, the problem with starting a guy who is 30 years old, been pitching in Japan, and has never made a major league start before and wasn't really expected to ever make one, when you do it in game one of a series against a team that had been red hot, you're just one day closer to the bullpen that had already been sacrificed, getting sacrificed again. And then guess what happened? They did. They managed themselves into a situation where they used every single member of their bullpen in the first game of a series. Not the last game, but the first one. So now the rest of the series, you're playing catch-up, and now you're counting on two young guys, Bryce Miller and Brian Wu, to get you deeper into the games, instead of counting on your two veterans, Logan Gilbert and Luis Castillo, The Rock, to get you deeper into the games instead. That's a self-inflicted wound. That one's not forced upon you. That's not the other team beating you by making a better pitch or getting a better hit or whatever, or making a better play. Okay, that's going to happen over 162. But don't you have to limit the self-inflicted wounds that make it even harder on yourself? That's the stuff that I think is really hard for me.
Yep, because you just don't have the margin of error. You're not going to have it all
well,
season.
You don't.
And now, unfortunately, with a couple injuries to both George, it's exposed some of that, and now to Randy, and we'll find out. I'm going to guess later today, right? The Astros are in town for 3, and I'm sure that Victor got a MRI last night, and we'll hear all of about what that kind of injury is, and now what that is going to do to your margin of error as it gets a little slimmer as well. Hey, Lyle, did Emerson have a start down in Tacoma? Did he have a turn? Has he stayed on schedule yet? Has he had a starting appearance? Do you know?
He did. He went 5 innings with 3 runs.
Okay. Just kind of an Emerson Hancock kind of game. Probably down in Reno where it's a little tough to pitch as well. So, yeah, I did you ever find an answer as to why that was with Emerson?
I mean, I think my guess is they felt like Castillo and Emerson were roughly the same in terms of their stuff and ability, which to me is problematic. I mean, that's never supposed to be the case. But also that, they wanted to give, I assume, Bryce and Brian an extra day of rest. So it was really 2 extra days of rest. That's the thing. If they had started Bryce Miller and then Brian Wu on Friday, Saturday, it's not like it would have been on short rest or even regular rest. It would have been, that would have been on an extra day's rest.
Right.
This ended up being on 2 extra days of rest. Yeah. It's honestly, like, that's a self-inflicted wound. And I look, maybe the idea is you want to be in better shape heading into your series against Houston, but now you're really looking way down the road. And unfortunately for them, in the meantime, you take on 2 more injuries, the serious one to Robles and maybe not as serious to Jorge Polanco. But it's really cost you and showing that the depth that you need maybe isn't all the way there at the beginning part of this season. Even more challenging when you're already deep in a hole.
And I don't know if you call this self-inflicted, but when you're down 3 runs on Saturday, which is not out of the game by any means, you take Donovan Solano out to pinch hit Miles Mastrobuoni?
I didn't get that at all. I don't understand it. I mean, there really have there have been a lot of these sort of like, wait, what? Why are you working things to pinch? Why is Miles Mastrobuoni ever pinch hitting?
I mean, it's a small sample, sure, but if you want the number, his WRC plus for his career as a pinch hitter is 8. That's 92% below league average.
That's not why he's here. He's here to be a defensive replacement and a utility guy.
Exactly.
I don't know why he would be pinned. That doesn't make a ton of sense to me, any more than working it so that Luke Raley was facing a couple lefties in the first couple games of the season. Like, these things are going to add up. It's one thing to have the talent gap that is problematic at times. It's another thing, though, to exacerbate it or to make it worse with some of the decisions that have been made that, to me, are a little bit more self-inflicted. So we'll keep following it. Again, you got every opportunity to erase all of this conversation by bouncing back at home here in 6 games against Houston and Texas. I really hope they're able to do that because I don't want to keep talking this way. I want to have the fun and talk through all the cool things that the Mariners are doing and fun stories on the roster and Cal and Julio and all of that. But when you get swept and you start 3-7 and realistically you could easily be 1-9, unfortunately, these are the types of conversations we've got to have. All right, Lyle. Let's see what you've learned this week. This is the problem with his generation. Not only do they not know anything, they don't want to learn anything.
SparkNotes was a great tool in high school.
It's ridiculous.
What are we doing here, Lyle? What are we talking about?
Help Lyle get himself up to speed with the culture.
All right, so learned.
What's Lyle saying that open? SparkNotes was a great
SparkNotes. We didn't have SparkNotes when I was a kid.
SparkNotes.
I think it's the same as Cliff's Notes.
Same thing.
Yeah.
When you didn't want to read full books, you could get summaries online.
SparkNotes?
Yeah.
Now you got ChatGPT.
Well, because that was when Lyle told us he didn't like reading.
I mean, I didn't like school, so yeah.
But Lyle, readers are leaders, as I told Cecily and Avery.
Yeah, that's true.
Is Cecily got a book delivered to her that day.
Oh,
which
that's
was really
true.
Cool. Yeah.
You ever read Fahrenheit 451?
Actually, yeah, we had to read that in school.
Oddly, I've never read it, and I'm going to because my daughter just read it. I didn't realize that one of the things that's in there is like people being controlled by screens that they look at all day.
Oh.
I mean, essentially like predicting the cell phone world.
Isn't that 1984?
No. I think what's Fahrenheit 451. I think.
Okay.
But I don't know. I haven't read it yet, so I'm going to read it maybe
What
in
did
the next
Lyle
week or
read?
so.
What did Lyle listen to? What did Lyle watch?
It didn't read, but listen to The Chronic by Dr. Dre, and I got to say, you and Maura and everybody who recommended this one, this was much more on point than Pearl Jam's 10 last week.
Yes.
This is much more up my alley. This is one that I hadn't listened to, but I enjoyed listening to it as I listened through it. So it was fun. Favorite song on the album? Well, I'm going to have to paraphrase some of these titles, but Mess with Dre, I really liked a lot.
Okay.
So that one was really good. Nothing But a G. So that was in Straight Outta Compton. They showed. Have you seen that movie?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
They showed.
But a G thing, baby. Two low death G, so we crazy. Death Row is the label that pays me. Unfadable, so please don't try to fake this. But back to
I thought we were getting a little head bob there from Lyle for a second.
Oh, you wanted me to sing along? Yeah. So they showed Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg and those guys working on that song in Straight Outta Compton. So if I've heard that one, that's probably where I've heard a little bit of it. The 1, 2, 3, and to the 4. Like they do that in the movie. So that was good.
They do the what? Do that again?
1, 2, 3, and to the 4. That one. What? That's what they do.
I know. Yeah, no. It sounds just like that when they do it, too.
Well, I'm not going to pretend to act like I'm a rapper. So yeah.
Probably for the best.
1, 2, 3 to the 4.
Why don't you do it, Brock? How does it sound out of your mouth?
A 1 to the 2 to the 3 to the 4, baby.
Yeah, I don't think that's much better, but okay.
Laura, you want to do it?
What's
No.
that?
No.
This is Lyle's moment.
Drop. Go ahead. Open up shop, yo. All right. What else you got?
So I really like those two. I really liked at the end, Stranded on Death Row. So if I had to pick a top 3 out of those songs, it was probably those. You can definitely see where hip hop's changed over the years in the sense of you definitely make out the words a little bit more back then of a lot of these songs than you do now. And I'm not saying that's wrong because I like a lot of the mumble rap and stuff from today's world. But no, it was good. I mean, I've listened to Dr. Dre and stuff. It's not like I don't know any of his songs, but I probably know some of the newer ones rather than the older ones from the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
And this one was fun. It
Do they call it mumble rap?
Now?
Sometimes, yeah.
They do call it mumble rap
Yeah.
today? Oh, interesting. Like mumbles?
Well, there is
like Mayor Menino.
Just like him, yes.
And who is that?
He's the old mayor of Boston. Don't worry about it. It's not important.
He loved Chronic.
Did you like Let Me Ride? That's a great song.
Yeah, yeah, I did. Most of the songs in this album I liked. Do you feel like the pacing of this album's often similar? Not that that's wrong, but
I guess what I would say, one of the challenges for me, and Maura, maybe you would agree with this, is kind of going back and thinking about just that album, is it's hard for me to think of just that album and separate it out from Snoop's stuff that he did by himself right around the same time.
Yeah.
Like it all kind of blends together, and in my mind, I kind of have to like think through, all right, which one was technically Dre, which one was Snoop, like... Nothing But a G Thing is on that album,
Some of the Dre
right?
and Eminem stuff blends together for
Well,
me
that's-
from that time. Yeah.
That's like
For the second. Yeah, never mind. I'm thinking of the second one.
That's like 15 years later.
Yeah.
But
15
this
years
like
later, Maura.
I don't know, like those things kind of will get a little like messed up in my mind. But What do you mean by the pacing?
I just feel like a lot of the songs, like the beats are not identical by any means, but similar, and like the pacing of the song is similar. It's not like one song's really sped up and then one's slow. It's like Dr. Dre has a similar beat to a lot of his songs.
I think that's kind of true of a lot of rap albums, especially of that era. A bunch of them, not this one, but a few years later, they started doing the like little skits, the like little 25, 30-second skits and stuff in between songs.
Oh, there was a couple of those.
Does it have a few of those on there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which is odd. You don't usually
That was
see
a weird thing in rap albums for a while.
Yeah. Like you'll see intros and outros in a lot of albums and stuff.
No.
But this was just straight up like people talking through like was supposed to be a comedy, I guess.
Yeah, that was a thing for a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd never seen anything like that.
All right. So what's the letter grade?
I'll give it an A-.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was a really good album.
Pretty cool.
I liked it a
All right.
lot. Like I said, the Dr. Dre songs I've heard the most in my life are probably Still Dre, and then I Need a Doctor, which was with Eminem, because again, those were newer, and those are just the ones that I heard more growing up. But
Still Dre's a great song.
It is a great song.
Yeah.
But yeah, good album.
All right, there we go. Lyle learned some culture this week, Brock. What do you think?
It's great.
Pretty great. What should we do next? I think that's really we'll have to think through. I'm not ready to make a definitive one today, but we'll take suggestions. If you guys have something, probably an album. I think it's a little unfair to make Lyle watch a whole movie this time of year. He's pretty busy with his podcast and everything else. So let's come up with another album. Maybe is that a little easier for you to get through?
Yeah, at least for now. Yeah, if there's ever really a down week or something, maybe we can work some movies in throughout the
What
season.
kind of what do you want? What direction do you want to go? Any ideas?
You want to go a little country? Want to go a little Chesney, a little Garth?
I don't hate country
George
music.
Strait?
Yeah, I mean I don't hate country
Brock, this
music.
is about learning culture. Like I don't see how those two things are going to necessarily
there you go.
fit
4
together.
hours and 53 minutes at 3 hours. You just take your shot.
Culture.
You just take your shot at Sultan, Granite Falls.
206 is
Graham,
suggesting a Metallica album. Maybe Master of Puppets.
Oh, the Okanagan. Don't take a shot at those folks, Salk. Don't say stuff like that.
I'm not.
Okay, you did.
I'm not. I'm just being truthful. Just doing the best I can here.
Can we hit with runners in scoring position tonight, please?
Well, that'll be helpful.
Can we please do that? Can we put up a crooked number? Can we put some runs against the starting pitcher? Can we please find a way to do that tonight?
All of those
Win the
things would be
opening
great.
game of a series against those Astros, those hated
Well, the only
Astros.
thing standing in your way is Hayden Wisniewski.
All right.
So let's see if you can get to Hayden and give Logan Gilbert that run support he richly deserves and needs. Bump and Stacy coming up next. We will be back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Until then, Brock the Hay.
Barn.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
What might be different with Dan Wilson? The type of baseball that feels slightly more sustainable. Like when they won last year, this is what it looked like.
Yeah.
Maybe you score late, maybe your run production is in an inning, maybe two. It's usually bombs, and then your pitching is elite enough to hold the other team to 2 or less.
Bombs won the game, but we know the philosophy of this team is kind of just put the ball in play and advance these runners.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on retirement contributions, a very handsome reward indeed. With Robinhood Gold, your annual IRA contributions are boosted by 3%. Plus, you also get 4% APY on your cash and non-retirement accounts. That's over 8 times the national savings average. The perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% IRA boost on annual contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. Rates subject to change. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold at $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Over 8 times the national average savings account interest rate claim is based on data from the FDIC as of November 18th, 2024. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Transforming your land with a John Deere compact tractor is as easy as connect, latch, load, haul, spread. Cutting grass is as simple as roll, click, mow. Box blading is as effortless as hook, lock, grade. And backhoeing is as convenient as turn around, switch, dig. Because when you've got the versatility to tackle just about any job and dealer support in your own backyard, you just have to get in the seat. Find the right compact tractor for you at johndeere.com.
Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Hello, Seattle. It's your friendly neighbor, the T-Mobile Park roof. From up here, I can see it all. Folks pouring in from the street, the sun setting over the sound, the roar of the crowd as Luis Castillo pumps his fist, and the joy of the J-Rod squad as Julio snares a deep fly ball at the wall.
He reaches up with a leap and he makes the catch!
And all the faces smiling with every perfectly grilled hot dog and swirl of soft serve. When the final out's made, I'll be right up here, lighting the W and soaking it all in. Mariners baseball. Try it inside.
The Mariners have an incredible slate of events during this week's homestand. Don't miss the Cal Platinum Glove Bobblehead 3-day giveaway tonight through Wednesday, Corduroy Hat Night presented by Alaska Airlines this Friday, and more. Go to mariners.com to get your tickets and check out the complete lineup of special events.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners were swept by the Giants over the weekend. They're now 3-7 heading into a series against Houston that begins today at 6:40 p.m. Worse still, right fielder Victor Robles suffered a serious looking